All right, we are live. Cool. Well, welcome anyone and everyone to Bane of the Ancients D&D. I am Gats. I am the GM tonight. We are Season 7, Session 29, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, players.
29.
And I'm going to just do this warning before I forget. Warning. Content warning, I should say. This session may depict scenes of slavery that may be disturbing to some viewers. I'll do my best to keep it tasteful, though this region the party will be in is one wrought with slavery and other evil practices. Woo. So, who will I be playing with tonight?
Hello, everyone. I go by Aludriea Luna. I will be playing Rue. Wait, I will be playing Bumbleberry. No, I'm not Bumbleberry either. I am Tumblewhisker, Stonebeard, the most magnificent of Stonebeards. They're like dwarf adjacent.
You know that Stonebeard jab is because your face is as smooth as stone, right?
Oh no!
That actually might help me remember.
They all have a reason.
Ow, but also, thank you.
And I'm Shuck. I'm playing Starshine Glitter Elf. Why that's my Fey name? It's an absolute mystery. Who can tell?
Yeah.
I'm on the chin with that one.
You muted. In Discord, I see it even.
I'm J. Crew, and I'm playing. I don't even. Every time I have it. Hold on, I'm pulling it up. I know my name. Something beard strummer. Fuzzy whisker beard strummer.
You call them that because he has a
Or
patching beard,
the
didn't you?
half drow bard.
Also because they like bears and like dwarves.
Hey folks, it's me, Two Hands, playing Giggle Scale Serpent Master. He doesn't laugh a lot, so I'd love to know the background on that.
I'll get
He's
to
a
that.
Yanti, maybe that's it, and a Kensai.
I can't remember why I landed on that. I think it's because you were so super serious. It was just like an ironic name.
Yeah.
We'll get to that. All right. So, last session of Bane of the Ancients D&D, the party awoke after their meeting of Old Honeypaws and gathering their quests. Cranky Panky, the little pixie wixie, cast a geas on the party, preventing them from telling anyone at the arena where they're heading about Old Honeypaws, and then opened a door and dropped them into a Fey extraction point out in the arid lands. One by one, the party slid down a sandy slope into this arid, very hot, iron-toned landscape. Shortly after they all landed, they identified an invisible, huge, three-headed cobra that talks, who basically told the party, "Oh yeah, I was thinking about biting you. I'm not going to bite you. My job's to protect this thing. Also, I'm not that big of a snake. You think I'm big. I'm not that big. Trust me. I'm a little baby snake." And the party was like, "Oh man, we should feed you. You're like starving out here. You don't even move from this place." It's like, "Yeah, man, I haven't eaten since yesterday. It was pretty bad." So
I'm really wasted away.
wasted away. After the party all went through, a little note came flittering through the Fey extraction point, which told the party where to go. The city of Desolera, which is north, east. Go that way. Follow the road. You'll get there. So the party started trekking their way there, and after they were leaving the dried up oasis where they were dropped at, they got a nice view of some of the local ecology. Huge giant snakes, huge giant lizards, huger giant snakes, dust mephits, creepy, weird, dust-sifting, floating jellyfish monstrosities with leather and teeth sticking out of them, and other things. But the party was eventually able to navigate through all of that by herding a lizard into the mouth of a gigantic, monstrous black mamba. And although Rune did get sucked up into one of the floating jellyfish, they couldn't be restrained technically. So they were in there, but they weren't stuck in there.
I could break these cuffs. You can't break those cuffs.
And our lovely drow did some amazing pew-pews with firebolts, just blasting away. And ultimately, you guys were able to get through that gauntlet with everybody intact. After an hour of travel, our Starshine elf here started realizing, water doesn't work right now. This was after they threw up a bunch of black bile in the Feywild, but we're not too worried about that. That's not that unusual. And after that first hour, oh gosh, what was the next encounter? Was that the scorpions I did next?
Yeah.
Crocodiles, I think, right?
Oh, is Croc River?
Oh yeah,
Oh, yeah, crocodiles
Croc
with
River.
crazy, like,
the
Mhm.
flying things.
Riddick
Yes.
pterodactyls.
Yes. So, the party found another obstacle on their way to the road to Desolera, which was a maybe 15-foot wide river, slowly traveling. You were heading north at that time, east to west. And thick with silt, it was very hard to see what was under the surface. Thanks to some very high rolls, you guys were able to perceive not only that there were, in fact, non-stop crocodiles in this river. There was also these strange flying kind of monstrosity things that had these big bony beak heads with sharp teeth, rib cage on the external, and bat-like wings, all flying around desperately trying to dart in and get little sips of water. After some deliberation, the party decided, those things, yeah, they noticed us, and we were going to notice them anyways, that's fine, and the plan was to shoot a bunch of them out of the sky and have them crash into the water, stirring up a feeding frenzy, hopefully interesting enough for the party to scoot by these crocs without being ripped apart. And they succeeded. Through some clever shots, some clever moves, maybe one cheeky teleportation, the party did manage to get across the river. Oh, also some shooing of crocs. Some of them got out of the river, like, hey, you smell interesting. Like, yeah, get out of here, croc. He's like, fine. And you guys made it past that obstacle. Another hour passed, and I think it was at this stage that Starshine failed their first con save. Was that right? Was it the third one or the second one?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, anyways, you failed one, succeeded the others so far. One more to go. But Starshine wasn't looking so good. The water wasn't helping. They were getting really sweaty. Really just the heat was getting to them. To be fair, it was, about 112, climbing up to 117 midday. So very, very hot. And with you all on the move, there was no shade to hide underneath. Though Shaska did prep you guys when you first landed, making sure everybody has water and all those things, and you weren't dressed in, cooking clothing. The next obstacle, or the next interesting thing, you eventually found yourselves on this dry dirt road. And once you got there, after about an hour of travel, you noticed there was a small cart off to the side of the road, and it was broken, but Starshine noticed a glint of shining light off of a little vial in there. It just kind of like, hey, to him, it's just, look at me, it might be a cool little magic thing. And as you all approached and like, that looks like a trap, or probably something's dangerous around there. This is sketchy land out here. Eventually, you all were able to discern that this cart was not alone. It was, in fact, surrounded by thousands of little scorpions. Not hundreds, thousands. And there was a very sneakily hidden big old mama scorpion that had kind of shifted itself under the red dirt in between two large bushes. After some deliberation on how to approach this wagon, because man, that glinty little glass thing could be just the Holy Grail, it could be who knows what it is. It could be amazing. There was talks about making people hover and throwing them with chains, all sorts of deliberation. Eventually, though, what you guys decided to do was throw half a crocodile that you had dragged from that river before at the mama, using Omnildaw's, Tangletoes. I can't remember the other part of her name right now. Bumble something?
Bumbleberry.
Bumbleberry,
Yeah,
Tangled Toes. Turned into a giant bat, threw the croc of the thing, and yeah, the big scorpion's like, oh, sweet, big old croc. Threw it to the babies immediately.
Yeah.
And then turned attention towards the party. And you all started engaging in kind of this back and forth combat, like, oh, don't kill us. Very dodgy on your guys' behalf. Very luckily, you guys did not get beat up by this giant scorpion. I don't even think you guys got hit much, if at all, right?
Rune took a big fat hit from it.
You took
Yeah.
one big old poison drain into you, if I remember right.
Rune grabbed onto its tail, and it kind of just went, all right. Hold this way. It treated Rune like a sheath.
Yes. But after some damage, you guys were able to defeat this big old mama scorpion. Ended up cutting off and ripping off its tail. Rune retroactively rolling a very good check, an average of 17 with a nat 20 in there, to actually get core components from this tail instead of just, oh, I got this drippy meat stick. It's actually viable. I did put details in the loot doc about what needs to happen.
Ooh.
In short, it lasts about 1 to 2 days as is, out in the hot air. You need to use a poisoner's kit or an alchemist kit to extract the poison. Or, have someone who's an expert at poison extraction.
Well, guess I'll be finding somebody in the city, because that ain't me.
Or party, but, that's fine. And you were able to kind of kite and scurry these little babies around enough until Giggle Scales was able to get in there, get the vial. I think you're the one who did it, because there was, poison things. And said right on there, oil of extreme bludgeoning.
Such a great name.
Party then continued on the road, it then veering from north to directly east, and you perceive some kind of, like, almost a little dusty tornado. It wasn't quite a tornado, but, a dusty pillar of rising in the distance around a corner, getting closer and closer. And eventually, you found yourselves in front of a different scene. You could spot 3 lizard riders on the road ahead, booking it as fast as they possibly could, often glancing back behind them. But between you and them, the party was able to spot this hulking cyan creature that resembled a troll, and decided to try and warn the riders, and engage this troll. Party did some serious damage to it in time for the riders to not be ambushed by it, and they came in and helped finish and take it down. Another thing of note, as you guys had approached this region about an hour or so outside of Desolera, you were able to identify that the grounds on which you were walking were desecrated, evilly manipulated, warped, and all that. So, with the chaotic troll defeated, we now rejoin the party on the road, standing next to the 3 lizard riders, Beardstrummer having just blapped one of these riders with the spell Tongues, so there would be no confusion in this rush of communication. I think nope, initiative's gone, which is a bummer. I was hoping to keep it, but I forgot. All right, and we rejoin them now. Just drag and drop them. There we go. And between last session and this session, I actually resized the map to the size I wanted it to be. So, thank you, Photoshop AI.
Nice.
There's that 30 feet to your left that I pretended you guys walked on your first round very confusedly. Don't mind me.
All right.
So, Fuzzy Whisker, you just bapped this guy, and they're all standing over this defeated Chaos Troll, and we will resume in one moment, but let me get my notes actually to where we are. And is there anything you guys want me to include in that recap that I glossed over there? It was all off the cuff.
I think that's pretty good.
Yeah, solid.
Cool the beans. All right.
This beans is so cool.
Super cool. All right. As a reminder about desecrated ground, I will put that in the chat here. But essentially, the undead, if they're standing on desecrated ground, have advantage on all saving throws. You can try to cleanse it, but like one thing of holy water just does 1 10-foot square, or you can cast Hollow over and over and over and over and over to try and get all the region. Okay. There we go, I found it. Cool. So, somebody should turn off their Roll20 beeps, because they have it on louds. Probably the J. Crew who does not have headphones. Yes.
I'll chime up to these lizard riders. Are you from Desolera?
Real quick, J. Crew, roll me 1d6 to see which one of these 3 you touched. Okay, it's gonna be that one. Okay. My notes are a little scattered, so there will be some delays while I'm scrolling this time.
No worries.
There we go. All right. So you asked that middle rider, are you folk from Desolera?
Yeah, the one that Miki touched.
Yep.
Fuzzy Whisker.
Fuzzy Whisker touched this one on the right.
Okay.
And as you get kind of closer and focus your attention, and let me get the image of these riders up. Generally, this is what they look like. They're on these big, these large-sized desert lizards with these really fancy, ornate saddles, wearing splint mail and wrapped up for almost all of their entire body is covered. And the way they have their garb, they could easily pull it up to cover their face even more. This one that you're addressing now looks to be a female woman, actually. A female human. No, woman. Female woman. Female human.
Nice.
And she pipes up, yes, my name is Serena. We are from Desolera.
You look like you are in a rush or on the run. It seems this is desecrated ground. Is there anything else that we should know?
Yes and yes. We are in a rush, and we are on the run. We need to get over to the town to the east, known as, there it is, Grimalt Tuskvale. We have news regarding some bookie exchanges. We are riding fast because there is undead on our tail. We are quite aware this is desecrated land. In fact, they should be here very, very soon.
Booking exchanges. Can you please clarify?
Yes. First, thank you very much, all of you, for jumping this thing, this chaotic troll. I'm afraid that if you had not done that, it would have jumped out and severely wounded one of us. Thankfully, none of us are harmed at all. Things you should know. Yes, the undead are prevalent here. 2, that thing and all of its pieces will turn into more trolls unless we destroy it. It needs to be bombarded with energy until nothing remains. You'll get lucky. Any elemental energy should work, but radiant is best.
Well,
Love it.
And regarding the
And these
bookies,
bookings.
yes, we are part of a. He looks at, or she looks at the other riders, and they're just like, yeah, whatever, it's fine. As a thank you for this, take this. And she like reaches into a satchel, digs around a bit. Oh, jeez. And pulls out an envelope, actually, that's sealed. And holds it down to whoever's closest.
Looks like Mickey. Fuzzy Whisker. Tumble Whisker. So one of the
And
whiskers.
then I will immediately hand it to anyone else.
Oh, and what's this now?
Who wants to hold the envelope? That's what I'm
Actually,
gonna
I'll
ask.
grab it because you have honey paws. I'm like,
Ah, yeah,
all
okay.
this going for. He can't read. He's got honey for hands. Okay, all right, you're all done. Starshine is burning this thing in the background, just like turning
Yeah.
the campfire.
Yeah, actually, can I be doing that while they're talking, just calling down Sacred Flame on this thing over and over again?
Yeah, I was going to wrap around and guess that that's what you were going to be doing. Go ahead and roll
A
me.
sealed envelope. Oh, good.
I'll have you roll me 2d6.
You got it. 8.
That's how many rounds it'll take for you to finish cooking this thing. And then let's have Fuzzy Whiskers. Go ahead and roll me. Roll me 1d8.
6.
Ooh, lucky. That's how many rounds until something happens. All right. Shoo. The invitation. So Giggle Scale, you get handed this invitation, and it's on like thick and kind of shiny paper, almost like if you change it, there's these kind of glinting colors that come through, this pearlescentness. And
Fancy.
the writing on it is in something that you cannot read. It's, for the record, Southern dialect. But you can tell at the right angle when you're shining it, there's this kind of shimmer of a snake engulfing a lizard.
Ooh.
And Serena pipes up, "We are members of the Silent Serpent Consortium. It's a bookies guild, which includes anything from information to any kind of bet. If you keep this on you and you're interested, well, if you keep this on you, you will be contacted. It has a slight magical aura. Don't worry. It's just so members of our guild can locate you. And if you bring this into Desolera, someone will find you. Then you can place bets with us. That's our thank you."
Excellent.
Now, she kind of does like a little glance around. "Some of you are hurt. Do you have any means of faster travel than walking?"
We don't.
Do we have a lizard?
No.
Oh, okay.
Perhaps you may be of some assistance here. Perhaps we could trade. Or is your time truly that short?
We can spare a few moments. We just need to get over to the Trollkin town before the day ends. There's been some changes to the roster, which will affect some of the bets.
What kind of changes?
Last minute addition to the roster of the teams. It turns out something happened to one of them, and there's a new team coming in. Nobody knows who they are yet. It's actually
think
quite
they-
interesting.
What are the odds do you think that they're going to do really well?
That's the thing. We need to see who they are before we can make any bets.
Interesting. And I assume what will it take for us to secure passage to Desolera?
1 hour's walk down the road. They just kind of point, and you can see ahead, just slightly winding over these kind of arid hills, and there's the bit tops of a very high and thick stone wall in the distance. You walk in. This brings you to the arena entrance, which is where you should be this time of year. You should have no trouble getting in, unless you have some type of do not enter with your face. And they just kind of laugh.
That's pretty great.
It's an open city. Well, this gate's open.
How do you all handle insider information with your booking exchanges? Do you benefit from it, or do you stay objective? I don't judge. I'm curious.
We buy, trade, and sell information, if that makes sense. So yes, we exist because we benefit from information. Our clients, depending on the nature of our relationship, may benefit as well. So, as we mentioned, there is undead coming this way. We were able to outrun them. I don't think you can. You could try.
Perhaps we can offer you cover to the city in exchange for a ride there. and possibly some information about some of the recent changes to the booking.
Just to clarify, what were you proposing with the? Because they're heading away from Desolera.
Yeah, we can trade information for a ride to the city because it's out of their way.
Hmm. It would add an hour on. They're like kind of muttering to each other, and
I can play you a song while you do it. You take us also. I mean, I make pretty good songs.
What do you think the cost is that these changes have brought into the mix, into the bookings, the risk? How do things change monetarily? If it wasn't important, you wouldn't be making this rush. Right?
correct. All bets placed on the team that is missing have the option of backing out, or they can leave their bet in place with the original rate on the new mystery team. We also open it up for a new round of booking. Given this mysterious information, the odds will change the more information we know about the new team. You can place bets now with certain rates. Those rates will change over time.
So, hypothetically, what are the odds currently since no one knows who they are? They'd say it's probably like, what, 200 to 1, right?
Right now, the odds are a mystery. That's the
Fair
fun.
enough.
There are all kinds of bets as well. You can get very specific if you want.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to take a look back to the rest of you all.
Yeah.
I think that these kind folk could greatly benefit from any additional information on such a mystery. What do you all think? Do you think that they could benefit from such information, and do you think it's worth a ride? This is low-key me asking, how do you guys feel about...
So you're doing your little huddle while Starshine's
I got 500
yeah.
gold that Rune kills 4 people in extravagant ways.
Oh.
It's
Still, I'm fine with that. I see what you're saying. No qualms here. Need to be getting back. Prefer to be inside of the walls, and I don't particularly feel like fighting through a horde of undead right now.
Plus, I think any more popularity is a very deep whisper to Shaska. We might be more in.
I think you misunderstand. We can avoid popularity through the bets, through the numbers. And you know who can profit from numbers that people know aren't true? People know the people placing the bets. We have
I
a
thought
chance.
we were gonna go the other way, but more sense.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, one sneaky snake.
Oh my god.
I just smile.
Not okay to say? No.
Let's give it a shot. Somebody let Starshine know. Starshine, and we'll just give you the brief. Like, you want to come in being the underdogs?
Yeah.
Starshine is just sweating and pale and clammy looking, calling down Holy Light over and over again. Anything that gets us to the city faster is great for me.
All right. Let's see if they're interested.
All right. So you guys end your huddle. They end theirs. They kind of glance over nervously as like the dust of their speedy trails starting to settle.
Yeah.
They're like, they should be close now.
I think we have enough information to make it worth your extra effort. Perhaps it might inspire you all to make some new bets in secret. And perhaps we can both benefit from such an exchange. Beyond the favors already done both ways here on the road.
Okay.
In fact, I don't think. I know.
With the undead coming, I hope you understand we request that information up front. And if we think it is worth it, we will escort you back to Desolera.
Half now, half back to Desolera.
How do you give half an answer?
You say, we know stuff. And then they're like, oh, that's interesting. And then we go.
I don't think we have time for this.
I think the appropriate way to start would be, if we don't get to Solera, your bets are moot.
You're the new team, then. What are you doing out here? They're just like...
We're trying to get to the town.
We're a little behind schedule. As you can be seeing.
You wouldn't believe us if we told you.
Court wizard who said he was so great at everything that he was going to teleport us here, and he was just awful at using the teleport spell. We landed so far, so we've just been walking for 75 days.
And you explode.
Well, he didn't say anything true.
Oh,
He's good.
okay.
He said the court wizard teleported us out here. We've been walking
the
for
wizard.
75
Oh.
days.
75 days. And, yeah. It'd be pretty funny, though, if he just
Not 70.
flat lines in the sand.
Anybody,
Brain just melts out of his ears.
anybody with a pass of above 16,
Not
you
me.
know, you can roll an active perception
Hit me when that passive gets below 8.
to see what be coming. Ooh,
72.
that's high enough. 18 is
Channel my
also high
inner
enough.
EG.
So, coming down the road...
One thing, sorry.
Go
It
ahead.
seems like your guidance and the exhaustion are kind of affecting with each other.
Yep.
Canceling each other out.
That's
That's
what they did.
interesting.
Right now he has a -1 and he rolled 1 on the guidance.
Okay.
So it neutraled out. It's working. It's working. So, yeah, in the distance, coming fast, you both rolled high enough to check this out. The first thing you see is this creature.
Yeah.
It's a medium
I'm ready
humanoid,
to party.
kind of like barely touching the tips of their toes on the ground, almost skating towards you guys. And they have wicked claws out, and they're just going with this gleeful look. They almost look ghoulish, but at the same time resemble some sort of like elemental being. And there's 2 of them. One of them,
Oh.
a slender female with claws out. The other, a kind of more swollen, very dark slate-skinned male.
The beard made of armor or scales? Everybody's beard is cooler than Tumble Whiskers.
They are heading straight down the road with haste at all of you, and will be here very soon.
Okay.
Knowing that little bit of information, you know that anything else that I say will firmly affect the odds in your favor, whether you share that and whether you don't.
Regardless, we can't have you die here. Let's turn.
Let's go.
And they kind of like do a little march around and get their lizard riders like ready. They're coming this way. I should warn you. There's usually more than you can see.
Oh,
That's my old Belanos on the bat.
And Belanos, when you're 2 turns away from finishing this chaotic troll corpse, everybody roll me initiative.
Dude, I say we
I think we should just go. I mean, you know, there was already a chaotic troll out here. You're not. It's like a give and take kind of thing, you know.
AGM, would you be fine with us positioning on the map?
Yeah,
As
do
the
a little
temporary.
bit of movement. You can move yourself within like 30 feet.
You said they're coming like this way?
No, I will show you where they are shortly. They're coming down the road. Straight
well,
down the
that's a
road
presence.
at you.
Okay. Nice.
Oh, can I get on your lizard person?
No. Just,
Okay.
oh yeah, I forgot to
Alright, well, let's-
describe the other 2. So the other one is a human male, and the other one is a blue skill dragonborn. Those are the 3 riders.
Cool. Let's
Um,
protect our riders. They are a ticket out, so I say we kind of form a perimeter around them.
Yeah.
Weird. So what do you guys start trying to do? They're like, we are angling for a charge. We're gonna need to fight.
There.
Uh,
All right.
GM, this
Mhm.
might be meta, it might not be. Are we
Yeah.
going to get a rest before we go into the arena?
You'll find out.
Guess we'll find
Yeah,
out what
we'll
happens
find
when we
out.
get to the city,
Great.
man. We're up all night to get on. We're up.
Okay.
All right.
And the dust settles.
You know these enemies more than we do. You are our ride. We have a duty to protect you. Don't be reckless. Yes.
If I have a second, I'm actually going to cast Enlarge on Rune.
Whoa!
Oh,
We will get to Inishi here in a moment. Just making sure I get everybody on here.
Rude's gonna
I
be
guess
so
I should.
big. So chunk.
Okay. Descending. All right, we got the lizards, we got the spooks, and then we got the 4 adventure parties. Alrighty.
Yeah, it's gonna be 5 here in a second. I mean 4. I don't think I rolled.
Nope. Waiting on that.
12.
Go.
All right.
So top of the round are the riders. Next are the spooks. Then Giggle Scale, Starshine, Bumbleberry, Fuzzle Whisker, Tumble Whisker. Alrighty.
Nice.
So, there was a question. I don't remember what it was, and I skipped over somebody.
Can I
Sorry.
cast Enlarge on Rune as we're getting in position?
Let me ask, at what point would you have wanted to cast it? As soon as you saw these things in the distance, or as they got really close?
Pretty much when we started moving and they got and I got behind them, I'd be like, all right, well, we're gonna. When they said we're gonna have to fight, it would have just been like, bang.
You know, I'll let it slide this time. Go for it. Rune, you're not a Rune though. You're a
I'm double with you.
Tumble Whisker.
Tumble Whisker, the biggins. All right.
All right.
Whoop.
Rude taking cover behind these bushes. Suddenly,
Yeah.
turbo tumble whisker.
All
All right.
So the lizard riders, they get their lances in position. They get in this kind of little V formation, and they start kind of going from the standstill into a bit of a charge, and they just start going down the road.
Nice.
After
Dude,
they make a
let's-
bit of, actually, you know
Go
what? The one in the front, I described that totally wrong. They would have loosed some pop shots and then did that. So
Makes
Makes
sense.
sense.
come on, open that sheet. Cool. All right.
I kind of want to charge in with them, like back them up.
That's what
Yeah.
I
I'm
think
thinking.
that'd be cool.
I'm gonna.
Oh, this shouldn't have been an advantage, but 18, 19, and 17, those are
Solid intro.
Those all hit. And they're all aiming at the one in the front. Let's roll
Nice.
damage.
Focused fire too.
Bat. For 13 Pierceroonies. All right. Load the sheet. You can do it. All right. So, yeah, just there's this slight thrum. They all sheathe their bows, grab their lances, and start moving up. And just all 3 arrows land into their target. This creature reels for a moment. And now it is the spooks go.
Oh, heck.
Ooh, spookies.
So, first spook. They hover on the ground. Two right there. Actually, you know what? They're just going to dash.
Ooh.
They're getting up in there. They're going in. They're eagerly just coming for them. Okay, here's where those critters are.
Move to you technically. Nice.
The one in the back is going to move off the road into the bushes a little bit. Oop. Oop, not quite there. There we go. All right. Yep, that first one just ran up, and that is their turn. The one in the back, though, what do you do?
That's a good question.
Yeah, they are going to launch a fireball.
Oh shit!
Whoa.
It didn't go to the chat. Do it.
Silvery barbs.
A fireball?
That doesn't quite work the way you want it to.
Reroll your deck saves. Ah! No. Centered right on these riders in the middle. Rune, are you?
No, but my beard feels it.
that's
Okay.
Yeah,
that's a
there's
little
a-
close there,
a pe-
bud.
Adding out some embers.
All right, so DC 13 for the save. Let's see if they can do. Just gonna roll it publicly.
Heck.
1, 2, 3. Oof.
Oh no!
So the only one who fails is the Dragonborn.
Oh,
That's good.
All
so
right.
he's red.
And then it didn't let me roll damage. It's just 86. Let me do that real quick. Come on. 29. Okay. So a big whoof of fire goes off as Tumblewhisker and the charging, angry, floaty lady are just out of the range of this fire's blast. All right, so minus 15 on these front one, or 14 on these front ones. That is a big hit. And then minus 29 on the Dragonborn and his mount. Okay, that is their go. Giggle Scale.
Caster! I just like yell out and I just start running towards.
Just going for him. Alrighty.
Yeah. Rune, we about to stomp this caster real quick.
100%. I measured out my movement. I'm gonna be right next to them toesies. I have to use
It's
my
a-
action to dash though.
Yeah, it's a BotA sprint for me to get there, and I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna be right here next to him.
You actually can. Yep, you can BotA sprint in a straight line. There's nothing to get you except for some brambles. So you just like there's a couple like shit, the sharp little needles and brambles, but no real damage. And they're just right up in this this caster's face. And yeah, when you get up close to him, man, I wish I would have grabbed their full image, but you notice the bottom half of them, they don't actually have like feet. It's just like ethereal fog mist.
Ooh,
Oh, he's a
spookies.
straight Jin. Oh no.
All right. So that's your turn. You did everything.
Yeah. Hey,
Dang.
quick turn.
All right, over to Starshine.
Okay.
Giggle Skill just took off.
I'm gonna hit the troll corpse with another sacred flame,
Cool.
and then move over here, and I think that puts me. Yes, I'm gonna summon. Where to go?
Sacred
Spiritual weapon.
Yeah.
Yep.
Alrighty.
Right in front of her, and take a whack at her.
Cool.
Nice.
Cool. Go ahead and roll for that, and then I will find a picture of some kind.
Big 11.
11 ain't it, but it is spooky.
Dang. Hate fighting Academy. Darn Jin.
There. I'll put it like right there. Cool beans. That should be everything. You moved, you bonused, you mained. All right. Bumbles. Bumbles is going to run up by you, Starshine, and they are going to try and loose them's bow. Come on. Pichu! 6. So they go for. They're actually trying to shoot the caster. They're like their little bow is almost snapping, and they just let go. It just gone. Nowhere near it. Fuzzy
So just
Whisker.
like,
Fuzzy Wuzzy, what's up? What we doing? What's the plan?
You're muted, maybe.
Muted Jacob.
Well,
Trying to find a good spot for the turn order on the stream, and I just can't. All right.
Dusk is up there.
Yep, Shashka is touching the caster, basically, at this point.
There.
Rune.
Hmm?
Trying
Oh,
to see. I was
I'm
trying to
going-
see if you can.
I'm going for the caster with a on my next turn with a
That'll do.
action to dash.
Okay. Well, then I will. I will. There's like 3 things I want to do.
Pick one. Let's go.
I will firebolt the caster.
All right. Are you in range of the caster? They are
Should be.
120
120.
on the dot.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, fire away. Literally.
Golly.
That's
Never
a
mind.
13 in it.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep. So this goes fine. And right at that last foot, this guy like turns to look at Giggle Scale, and your firebolt just like hits the bush.
No,
Bushfire.
Bushfire.
wait. No, hold on.
Desecrated bushfire. All right.
This is not what I was wanting.
Any bonus action?
And then
Give her here.
I'm
More
gonna
movement.
just go right here next to Bumbleberry.
Cool beans. Tumble Whisker, your go.
All right, action is going to be the aforementioned dash. And you said this guy looks ethereal. GM, can I grab him?
The bottom of him looks ethereal. Like, not even quite ethereal, it's more of misty.
Misty. Okay.
Yeah, if that makes
In
sense.
that case, I'm gonna grab the top half of him. Ha ha!
Yes. All right. So you're going for a grapple
Yes,
on
I
this
am.
feller.
Wow, that was
Yeah.
really poor rolls. Medium to large. Yeah, he has disadvantage. Well, I mean, he would have anyways.
Right. Just checking a couple things on this little wild thing.
Rolled a 2 and a 5.
Okay. So it is a grapple attempt. They have disadvantage. Ooh, you're lucky they had disadvantage.
Yeah,
They are grappled for all intents and purposes.
that's my go.
That's your bonus grapple. Alrighty.
Action, bonus action, I'm good. Movement.
The Liz Riders, they don't actually have to roll. They're good. They are slightly reeling from the fireball that exploded in their face, but now they're all going to pile into this first creature with a strafe. They changed their V into a line, and they're all doing a kind of strafe
Yeah.
Yeah!
onto this thing. I can't not select it. I'm moving your sword. Sorry.
How dare you?
I just can't.
Okay.
All right, and they go just raker on the way by. We'll see if any of them hit.
In theory, yeah.
All right. So the first two, they reach out with their lances. Natural 1.
Oof.
21. The Dragonborn in the back, who's now very pissed off, just dropped their lance and pulled out their saber.
Take me in closer. I want to hit him with my sword.
One of the lizards, as it was coming up, shoots a gout of blood out of its eyes at this thing.
Oh, it's those kinds of
Cool.
lizards.
And, all right.
And is frightened. Yeah, I would be too, man.
And they're going to try and gore on the ride by as well. Okay, for a
Whoa.
9 and a natty 20. Okay, so that natural 1, she takes the lance and just parries it back into him with this strange, otherworldly, undead strength.
That sucks.
Yeah, so he gets impaled with his own lance in the side. It's like dangling and bouncing as they're riding.
She just
They
does
take-
that, like, palm,
just-
snaps
yeah,
it
just
off and puts it in his side.
Opens the portal, it goes through, it comes back out.
Yep. The second lance, though, strikes true, sinking. Whew, 12. Hitting her for
Ooh.
12 dangage. That is a lot. The saber misses. The blood spray, that's a dex save. Okay. Where is this thing?
Shooketh.
Dex save 15 is...
Probably.
Yeah, they
13 's
succeeded.
easy.
Yeah. So She avoids the gout of blood, avoids the first lizard, but that second lizard, though, that Dragonborn's lizard, just nah. My daddy missed with his sword, but I'm gonna get you. And just barrels into this thing, hitting it.
She does take half poison damage or half acid damage, even though on a failed or on a successful.
Oh, does
save.
she? Sweet.
Yeah,
so she actually takes 8.
Oh,
Let
48.
me see.
That's a lot of blood.
Yep, it's acid, right? Yep, cool.
It's like alien blood.
Mhm.
Yes, we should do a checkup on that lizard.
Not me.
Nah, well, I mean,
Alright.
you both have scales.
8 acid and 30 piercing from this lizard, just mauling this lady.
Man.
Roll a dex save.
And another dex
Laser
save.
guided
These
lizard
lizards
bite.
are actually really
She
cool.
rolled 2 natural 20s
Oh,
with disadvantage.
that's
I guess she
really,
passes.
That's
Yeah.
really cool.
Um,
She would be really good at limbo.
She
Just
holds
hold
the
her
mouth
body.
shut, and the acid
this is a
burns through the thing's mouth.
So this
Different
one was
lizard.
trying for their gore charge. Okay, I'm just looking at all of this. So here's what happens. This thing comes in to gore her, and it does. And it goes to throw her 10 feet up. And it does, but she holds on to it.
Oh.
The lizard rider, the lizard, and her are 10 feet in the air. I'm just going to move them like this. Imagine they are
And
up
then
in
here
the air.
comes the people's elbow.
And that is their strafe. Who wants to roll me a countdown timer? Actually, I'm gonna have everybody roll me a countdown timer. Everybody
Nice,
roll me
roll.
a d6.
4.
4.
Also 4 GM. Okay, Bellows, you think you're better than us?
Wow.
No.
Yes, barely,
One up
but
us.
yes.
All right. Now it's the spooks' turns. So this one up in the air, holding onto the lizard, their claws just like into the collar and the reins, and they're just like, it's dangling down the rider's like, okay. And she just goes to strike twice for the neck.
Ooh.
I rolled the GM, dang it. It was a 16 and a 12, meant to be public. And I think just the 16 hits. Yep. So that's 16, 10 slashing. And let's see. Yeah, they're not undead, nor are they an elf, so they need to roll a con save. Constitution is only an 8. They failed that DC 13. They are paralyzed for 1 minute. That's bad. All right. So the Dragonborn and their mount are up in the air, paralyzed, and taking damage. This one by Shishka. That's grappled.
Yes.
Gaseous form.
You motherfucker.
And
Counterspell. Not yet.
if you want, you can.
I don't have it yet.
All right. So yeah, they turn into a spooky misty thing, incorporeal, and they're
Yeah, they're just gonna not.
No, thank you. That'll be their go. They're gonna keep being a gas cloud for now. Giggle scale.
All right.
Grapplint.
So, can I attack the gaseous clown?
Technically, if
They
you
just
have a
ha- they
magic
have-
weapon, it'll hit even harder.
Yeah, they have resistance to non-magic damage. They
Ooh.
basically just can't be contained. They can go through small stuff. I think most of your weapons are magical. They are over there at Giggle scale, so I don't think you got worried.
Yeah, I'm gonna whip him twice with my my whip of
Your
justice.
Rumi-Doomy.
Yeah. My whip of not slavery, anti-slavery whip. Let's go.
Grapple.
Uh-huh.
Grappling.
Grapplins. Yeah, exactly.
Whoa. 20 for the first, 11 for the second.
And I'm assuming you're moving up on this thing, right?
I mean, I'm right beside. Oh, it moved away. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then I'll.
Yeah. Go ahead and
I'll get up.
pursue. There you go.
Mhm.
All right, 20 definitely hits. Go ahead and roll them magic damage for
It's gonna be 10 magic damage,
and swirly arumi slash aruni dooney. Nice hit.
and that will be a Constitution spell saving throw whenever he comes to it, right?
Let's see.
Was that concentration check once on his turn?
Yes.
I assume it's concentration.
Yeah, gaseous form is a con. And they take resistance, but it's magic, so they're gonna roll their con save. I'll just roll it public. I don't care. They rolled a 5, so their gaseous form is gone. And that is the go for you. Correct? Any bonuses?
Yeah, I'll take disengage just in case something silly happens.
I mean that your bonus
Thanks.
dodge.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, bonus dodge.
Cool. Starshine.
All right. I will finish off the troll thing.
Romp.
'Cause
Cool.
I think that's
a good idea.
that's the last. Yes,
You-
great.
You don't want 6 trolls? Just
I
waiting
don't.
for you on your way home? Okay.
And then I will move up a little close. And she's still technically like right next to my thing, right there, or they're just up in the air.
Yeah, I mean, you could, for all intents and purposes, you could move your thing over there and kind of swing up. I don't care. You can hit her in the
Very
feet.
good. Excellent.
Excellent.
24.
That'll hit.
Whoa.
Roll dang
Oh.
it.
Yeah.
Okay.
8.
8 force dangles. Nice. That's a solid hit. So just this big crunch into her hip from the low swing. It's like, ah! Anything else, Starshine?
I think I just scream at her, but it's in Celestial, so nobody.
Okay.
Just wind chime noises.
Yeah.
All right. Bumble Bear is going to move up. Passing you. Starshine. And they're going to do another shot at the lady who's holding someone with a 4. Good job. All right. Fuzzy Whiskers.
I am going to move up 1, 6, right here.
Cool.
And I will throw a fireball bolt at the
Nice.
incorporeal mist man.
All right. Fire away.
Regular man now.
16.
That hits. Roll damage. So it rolled damage. 16 fire damage is a lot.
Dude, it's nuts.
One thing you notice with your high passive, doesn't hurt as much as it should. Hurt them as much as it should. It's like they were resistant to the fire.
Out here, everything is fire, my friend.
Anything else, Fuzzy Whisker?
No.
All right. Tumble Whiskers.
Dump. I'm gonna bonus action try and grab this boy
Mm-hmm.
again.
Go for it.
24 this time.
24 to 24. All right.
You could double that 20. We've seen it happen.
Yeah, it was a 5, though.
That ain't it. All right.
They are
And
grappled.
so I'm going to take my first swing here. 23. Sorry, I don't have advantage on my attacks. I just swapped it back to normal. Here's my second swing here. 19.
All right.
Both hit.
Those both hit. Yes.
Wonderful. Neither of them are natties, so I'm not adding anything.
And you're not raging either.
The rage isn't real. It's just the enlarge, so it would just be 2 and then 2.
Okay. Yep. Well, 2 and then
24
3.
damage.
Yeah.
Right.
So 15, 20,
25.
25 dangles.
That's my go, DM.
Magic slashing, if I recall.
Magic slashing, yes.
Okay.
It only does necrotic when they get crit.
Okay.
Spicy.
Right? Bap.
Okay.
Bappy slappies.
Cool. All right, so let me get that damage on there. Solid hits, lots of damage. 25 slash Rooney and grappled, and it's the riders go. They do a little about face maneuver and come back in to try and help their buddy.
Nice.
The one that is paralyzed is going to wait to the end of their turn. Do a countdown slash. All right, and one person has a lance. The other guy had to switch to a saber. And their lizard is going to roll a recharge on their blood spray and no recharge. And they're going for a double bite. Cool. I think everything they just did hit.
Nice.
Yep. All right, the lance hits, sinking into her side. The cavalry slaver slashes her back. The lizard does a gashing bite on her arm. The other lizard does a gashing slash on her back as well. I lost one of the damage. Okay, so 13. Wow, that's a lot of damage with that lance. And minimum damage with the saber. So 16. Oh, 45. Right? No, 44. They destroy this thing.
Yeah, it was.
It's gone.
I'd hope so.
It is gone. And that means their buddy falls 10 feet. While paralyzed. So
That would suck, not being able to catch yourself.
So
He gave the world the people's elbow.
And,
With himself.
oh gosh, this was a con save, right?
Mm-hmm. Con save.
They are not paralyzed after they cracked their head on the ground. Caster Wasters go.
Hello, buddy.
Okay, what do you want to do?
You feeling misty, punk?
I swear.
Okay. So many fun options.
Oh, heck.
Do the 7th one.
Let's see what that is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Hey, Prof.
7.
Never count down when you're picking options arbitrarily in D&D. Pick the 9th one!
It's very...
My favorite power word kill.
Rune, do you have more than 100? No! Can I dodge and recover hit points?
All right. All right. Here's what happens.
Uh-huh.
They're going to cast Spire of Stone.
That sounds really cool.
So what happens is a Spire of Rock bursts out of the ground. They're doing it right where they're standing, where
Yeah.
you and Giggle Scale are at. It rises up 20 feet high,
Oh,
and you two creatures must succeed on a dex save right now or fall prone. Let's go ahead and roll them dex saves.
Ooh, cool. 22.
Nice.
4.
22 is definitely good enough. 4 is not good enough. Sorry. I don't have a great picture of a spire, but I'll use this random boulder. Let me put it to back.
It's pretty cool.
There we go. All right. Cool.
Yeah.
So, yep, you're prone, and you're 20 feet up now, and they're going to bonus action Misty Step
You mother...
away from y'all. Pew, whoop. And I think that's their go. That's everything.
The spire does disappear.
What's that?
The spire does disappear when they step off.
Oh, does it? I didn't read that far.
Mhm. But they
Aw.
can
Like
choose
that's
to make
the
another
level
one
of
for the
cyberspace.
next 10 minutes.
Okay, but
You
hold
know
on,
what's
GM.
actually hilarious?
That's hilarious. Yeah.
Is
That sounds-
that's a good move, and they're going to
That
go for it.
sounds-
Thank you. They're going to move 30 feet, and the spire is not going to drop. Go ahead and roll me two.
You like here, right, GM? 20 feet up?
What's that?
20
Oh,
feet up?
he also then used his movement.
Just... All right.
So
2d6.
Rude, roll me a acrobatics at disadvantage, and Giggle
I
Skull,
have
roll me another
engaged you.
acrobatics check. You're about to
Alright.
free fall 20 feet.
Nice.
Whoa, I got a 17 with a disadvantage, GM.
Cool.
Pretty sweet.
Okay,
Acrobatics, huh? Okay.
Hmm.
literally called Tumble Whisker.
20.
Cool. All right, so you guys take half damage on your fall. Just 1d6.
Nice. Nice.
5 to each of
Ooh.
you.
Oh, sorry. I thought we were rolling.
It's fine.
Can do. Nice, fine.
All right. So that was a cheeky move on their part. And it's over to Giggles.
Cool. Yeah, I'm gonna. Can I make 30 feet?
You're like, yeah,
Yeah.
you're just there.
You might be able to at least stretchy arm him. Oh yeah, 30 feet's
No.
right in front of him.
No, Shaska's got it.
I'm just gonna stay on his ass and just keep him busy.
Just harry this caster. All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna hit him twice with my whip of justice. 13 and 19.
The 13
19?
with your Arumi misses, with a 19 hits. Go and roll damage.
All right,
Ooh,
12 damage.
That is a solid chunk into this thing. You just hear like when you sink into his and kind of gut him a bit. Nice. Anything else?
Nice. No, that's gonna be my turn.
Starshine.
Okay, I will 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I think that puts me exactly. Is that 60 feet? Yes.
Mhm.
So I will. Excuse me. I will Sacred Flame him.
Dex save,
Except-
right?
Yes. Where did my sheet go?
You know.
13 is a fail. I think it's with your DC.
Alright. Sacred Flame. 7.
7 radiant dangles. Alrighty. Do that. And you
And-
singe them with bright light.
And I guess bonus action, I'll just move my sword only moves
Towards
20 feet
them.
at a time,
Yeah, just going. Got it. All right.
floating slowly towards him. No, that's it.
It's
Right.
just floating there, menacingly.
Bumbles comes over near, checks, makes sure the thing on the ground is dead, or not moving. Like just kicks it, and then pulls out their short bow again. They're just not 7. They're just
Hey.
not having a time.
It's a better shot than last time.
Fuzzy Whisker.
I will run up
running.
six. And then I will, noticing that the fire didn't really work that well, I will cast Command on him
Oh,
and say, grovel.
Alrighty. Let me see.
I think it's a whizwam.
Checking. Okay, doesn't affect this. Oh, and I forgot about that. I need to do something. I will do that shortly. And I need to rewind shortly. But all right, so it was a wisdom save, correct?
Yep, and 17 DC.
Cool beans. 12. So they fail and they do grovel, which is pretty schwick. I think that makes them go prone, right? If
Yep.
I'm right. Yep. So they just kind of like curl up on the ground for a second, like, making weird sounds. What I forgot to do when that other one exploded and those riders hit it, and before Bumbleberry came up, when they die, they explode into a puff of noxious smoke, and everybody.
actually exploded.
Yes. So these 2 riders need to roll con saves real quick.
That's cool. And gross.
Fail and success.
They go to high five when just.
I guess it
slides
makes
off the
sense
mount.
that the guy who was already paralyzed, who just got unparalyzed, might be reparalyzed. Now they're
First time.
reparalyzed. Cool.
Here we go again.
Awesome. All right. Anything else, Fuzzy Whisker?
Yeah, I want to shout out. Rune, if you can't get to him, just, I don't know, throw something at him.
Have I
Make 'em
ever
dead.
not got to him? Fuzzy Whisker,
Make him dead.
make him dead.
Make 'em
My
dead.
favorite kind.
All right, Pronosaurus, it's your go.
Half movement standing up. Movement. Action dash. Bonus action grapple.
Go for it.
He's prone too.
They have
Prone.
extra disadvantage. Not that it matters, GM. Like
They're
that's
so-
my go.
they're-
Yeah, they're just
You
grappled.
grappled the prone thing. Congrats.
Good. I'm
So
just
they're
gonna
restrained,
just
yeah?
gonna stomp on him.
Yeah.
He's-
He just jumped
Yeah,
on
natural one makes sense.
So they're restrained, yeah?
just boot to head.
No,
No,
they're
I-
prone and grappled. They're not
No,
restrained.
I'd have to use my net as an action to actually restrain him proper. That's my go, GM.
Alrighty.
I opened up a
Um,
line of. Hopefully, they can get some strafes in here.
Let me do a GM roll. Natural one. Doesn't everybody sees it? Doesn't matter. Cool.
Hopefully, I could have been here. That's better.
I like to think we're like pulling him like by his arms, like so that they could just run through with their lances and hopefully not miss.
Man.
All right. So,
Guys on the ground, I'm just imagining Tumble Whisker just has a boot on the side of their head. The old execution style.
okay. Is that?
That's good. Freedom! Freedom! Awful!
Sorry, just take me
That would have
one
been cool if
moment
it was a tower fight on the tower. I was thinking
would've
of
been
wrapping my
super
whip around his
dramatic.
neck and then jumping off and yanking and like swinging, trying to pull him off.
Nice. I immediately brain went to just Leonidas.
Yeah, I don't have the strength to kick anybody off of a
That's valid.
tower.
I'm
Got it.
Yeah, I saw what you did
The
with that
technique.
goblin. I remember.
Which goblin?
You were having this dramatic tower fight with a goblin.
Oh yeah.
For like for like 7 rounds, and he eventually just left. You're like, you would leave, like assassin each other back and forth.
That was pretty
We
awesome.
couldn't even kill a goblin. It
You
was great.
just couldn't.
Then he came back, because he really wanted to be vaporized by Eldnow.
He just
Like,
got
I'm ready for round
atomized.
two. Fought their leader, and I survived.
So, since they all rolled a nat 1, I just rolled a collective stealth. You guys catch 3 more critters entering the fray, kind of
Oh.
scurrying over here with the excitement. The first one is right here. Oh, I'm on GM, so that didn't work. There we go. Right up in the corner, which the world can't see. But everybody notices who can get an eyesight, blah, blah, blah on this guy. All of the plants within about 30 feet of this guy are like drying up and shriveling and turning brown. They look like this. It's a yummy looking ghoul with a kind of sandy, pocky face, completely dried to the bone, covered in old tattered rags.
Yummy.
Down here,
Hope his rags say that. Yummy.
there's another spoofy looking undead in tattered rags, though it's almost like their skin is like flaked off and it's all dry and flaky that way. There's sand like falling out of their innards. It's like they'd stood up from being slightly buried in the stand for a long time.
They're so sweepy.
And last but not least, a group of hands, seemingly slightly stuck together with goo and tendons and other bits, are kind of clambering through the bushes towards you guys.
That's great.
Ugh.
All right.
What was-
And top of the turn is actually that spooky dehydration critter. Let me open them up. Cool.
From the previous description, they sound pretty opened up.
Yeah, they are going to move towards this party.
Understandable.
Brains.
Yarr.
They're so snaky.
And they can't reach you guys, and you can see them like they're like reaching out of the air, like you guys should be closer. And they're gonna just use their action to dash, and they like do that, and they just kind of scurry shuffle towards you guys. All,
Watch out, watch out!
Slightly tripping on some of the brush, but like catching themselves repeatedly. I think it could just get Tumble Whiskers in. Oh, you're so close, Giggle Scale. All right. All right.
I think it's time to go. I don't want to get stuck out here fighting undead forever.
The Lizard Riders.
Our buddies, I think, are paralyzed though, so we'll...
One of them is reparalyzed, yeah.
Oh man.
These two about face. They're going to have their mounts dash so they can come in and hit this thing with a lance and a saber.
Nice.
Let's see if they hit. Lance, 20. Saber, 7.
So
they
I'm
should roll with
gonna call-
advantage real quick, actually.
Yes. I'm gonna call this guy
Yeah.
Lance, and I'll call this guy Useless.
They both hit.
Hey.
Pacha! Pacha! So the lance sticks into this guy who's grappled, groveling on the ground.
So I like it.
Hitting them for 12. And the other one comes riding by and does a slash with their saber. And they just kind of plant up. Like they're just going to fight right here and get this thing done. All right. It's that much. Severely wounding that critter. Whose turn it is now?
Lizards? Question mark? Or
They,
were they
they
just
dashed.
dashing?
They
Nice.
dashed to close the gap.
looked
With
really
the
fun.
command, is it at the end of their turn they can save again? Or the start? Let's see.
Let me read.
Gosh, where is it? Or is it just for one round? It just kind of does it
It's
for
just
one
for
round.
one round.
Oh, so it just
It's
ends.
just for one round.
Cool.
Oh, yeah.
So now they're in their as right of mind as they could have. And nothing's going super great right here. So what would you do? What would you do? You can't do that again. You can't do that again.
Good.
Oh, but you could do that again. That would be silly Willy. I think they're just going to just kind of freak out and cast Frozen Razors on itself.
Oh,
So
Nice.
a bunch of like the ground just starts getting hard and cold and frosty, and all these razor sharp blades of ice start erupting through the ground in a 20-foot cube centered on this thing. Which means the Lizard Riders, Tumble Whisker, and Giggle Scale are going to need to do some saves. Dex
Heck yeah.
saves. DC is not 0. I don't know why it says 0. It should be, I think, 13.
15?
But let me double check.
No, it's 13.
Oh,
Don't
is
worry
it?
about it.
Yeah, I think it's 13.
17.
13 sounds great to me, GM. 14 even, if you're feeling wild.
Wow. All right, hold on. Let me roll
I rolled a
these
15,
guys'
by the way,
dexies. Lizard Riders with a 20 and a 14. So everybody succeeds and takes half damage instead.
This is good.
All right. So creature that moves, blah, 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 takes 2d6 slashing and 3d6 cold damage or half if successful. And, okay, so everybody's movement is reduced to half speed until the start of your next turn. And let me roll that damage now. So 2d6 and then 3d6. 10 damage.
So really, it looks like we only take damage if we move into or inside the area on a turn, right?
It's kind of weird wording.
Oh, is that
I
what it
was-
says?
Yeah, I
Or
was
half
looking
Creature
at
damage
that
that.
takes. Okay, hold on. Razor sharp from the ground, rips the ground, point you see for the duration, lightly obscured. Creature moves on.
More than
Who's-
5 feet into or inside.
You
or
know,
stationary. It's
just
weird.
for explicity's sake, let's just say it erupts here, because he's not going to live
That's fine.
another round, anyways.
No, that's fine.
Let's just do that. Actually, I forget. It's not 10. It is 9. There was a 19 rounded down, so 9 damage to you folk in the vicinity.
Yeah.
All right, so we're taking the damage. Is that right?
Yeah. we'll take it. Essentially, when it came to your round, you were going to end up taking it the way I was going to do it anyways. I just read that spell wrong.
That sounds like a sleep stormy.
Yeah, it's like a ground suicer. Anyways, continuing. That was their go. Spooky fella number 2. What can you do? Come here. Nope.
You should just go back to napping. You look so
There it
tired.
is. I somehow like minimized the sheet and threw it off of the screen. There we go. Okay. Oh, I forgot to do that. There we go. So as they're getting closer, the sand on the ground around them starts churning up into this little like miniature dust devil around them. Some sand stripping out of the kind of holes and gaps in their own body. And they aren't close enough to do anything, so they're just gonna dash.
Run.
Hey.
They want to come party.
That's such an odd sentence looking at the creature that you're describing.
Giggle scale.
Hey. So I'm gonna try to hit this guy twice,
Mm-hmm. Go for it.
and that's
You have
what I'm gonna
advantage
do. Ooh, I
because
like
they
that.
are prone and grappled.
Okay, confirm.
15
Right,
hits.
there's 1, 15,
Is
and
just what you needed. 22
22.
definitely hits.
All right. First one is 12 damage. Second one
It's
is
dead.
10 damage.
It's dead. Yeah.
Sweet.
that-
So its stuff should move away, so we're not going to take
Yeah,
additional
that's
damage
how
if
it
we
is.
move, right?
yeah, it dies, dissipated. I just round it. Don't worry about it. I wanted to
he
wrap up this
basically
guy.
He just popped.
Yeah,
Nice.
he just wanted to do a little death burst. And that
Okay.
one had a cool aesthetic. There's another spell that would have been the same, but whatever. But yeah,
Well,
he's dead.
perished.
There's just residual melting, like already steaming where the frost was.
Makes sense.
Well, that
My
felt pretty
movement,
good.
I'm going to just try to jump on the back of Serena's lizard and say, "Are we going? Because
Roll
they're
it.
coming."
Roll an animal handling real quick. See how this
Nips
thing
you.
handles you jumping on it.
It's a scaly creature. Should I have
Yeah.
advantage on it?
Do you have that thing for Staley creatures?
No, I'm just
Okay.
curious.
Not this particular thing.
Snake rolls up to a lizard like,
If it was
brother.
like you charming a creature or something like that.
A 9.
So you go to jump on. The lizard reflexively like whips around in a circle and puts its face in front of you. And the rider
Okay.
looks down at you. This would be the human male. And tongues is not on them. They're going to do a quick
I was
insight
jumping on
check.
Serena's. That was the one that we cast
you
on,
wanna-
right?
You want to go for
Yeah.
Serena? Okay.
Yeah.
So that one will be easier. And she's the one up here. Are you hoping? Oh, you're trying to hop on. Okay. They don't like it when you startle them from the back. What I'll say is when it comes around to her turn, she'll give you. She's looking like she's going to try and help you up. If that
Okay.
makes sense.
I'm cool with that.
All right.
That's what I'll do.
Starshine.
Okay. So is this guy, was he just paralyzed for one round, or is he...
He has to roll at the end of this, but he should be probably getting up.
Okay.
Oh,
Would you allow me to grab Omnilaz and hop up on his lizard and try to give him, like, help on passing his next attempt to unparalyze himself?
You guys can totally both come over here in tandem help this guy. For sure.
Great.
Cool beans. Go ahead and just roll a medicine check real quick, just to help
Yeah.
add on to that.
Normal... 14.
Nice. All right. And then Omnil is going to roll a strong theme to try and help lift him up.
That paralyzing throws is paralyzed until the end of their next turn.
Which
Cool.
it should be unparalyzed now, but you're like super helping them up. Is there anything else you want to do, Starshine?
I guess I'll
You can
Bonus
move
action.
your little dealie, right?
Yeah, instead of doing that though, I'm gonna heal this guy a little bit so he doesn't get like knocked out if we have to run past one of these guys. So I'm just
Cool.
gonna give him a little healing word.
Ooh,
8.
8. Not bad. They definitely got banged up more than anybody
Yeah.
so far.
Pretty good.
Okay, nicely done. Oh yeah, the little hand clan. What is your speed again? Oh, they're so darn cute. Okay. So
What
yeah,
in
they're
the
they're
Elder
just-
Scrolls?
they're just gonna dash. Scrabbling. There's these 5 hands just going all together, stuck together. All right, now it's Fuzzy's. Fuzzy Whisker. What do? J. Kruproff, you're muted.
I apologize. I keep muting myself because there's stuff going on in my house. This dude, the Sandy boy, I'm gonna throw a firebolt at him because
Fire.
the Duff method exploded, and so I'm hoping this guy will too.
Yeah.
To be fair,
it's
this
pretty
guy
sandy.
is sand. The dust method was dust, but
Close enough. Make him glass. 16
16 hits for sure.
for 11 damage.
Cool. So you just burn a hole through his little sandstorm and hit him right in the chest, burning through the flesh that was there. It was really flaky, so it burned away like crispy paper, and you can see the bones and some sand falling underneath. Cool.
Hell yeah. That is my turn.
Okay. Oh no, I lost the turn order. There it is. Okay.
Hello.
Combos. You need
Nice.
to do a roll, I think.
Oh.
for
for
this guy's icky dehydration.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Let
What do you want me to roll, DM?
me Post it. Ba-doop. There we go. Thirst.
The Gray Thirster.
Thirster.
Oh no.
So
The edge of the
the
aura
first
is
turn, you enter it, or when you start your turn in the aura, you make a DC 12 con save or gain 1 level of exhaustion.
Ooh.
Nice,
If you
that's kinda
succeed,
cool.
you are immune for a day.
It's
So
good
roll a
thirst.
con save.
Sure. This is weird. I probably don't. This isn't like anything poisonous. It's
No,
just like
it's
undead eating
necrotic.
meds.
Yeah.
Okay. That's 11.
Oh, you got an 11. All right.
Yeah.
Tumbles, you get 1 exhausty.
I will tick that in. So for my action, what I'm going to do, as a free action, I'm gonna say, I'm so parched around this. We should get away from him. Like, we should go. So actual proper action, I'm going to dodge to use a hit die.
Cool.
2 hit dice. And then I will use my movement. I'm just gonna not.
Get out of there. Alrighty.
Yeah, I want to make sure I'm
So heal yourself for 21
pretty
and
Just a little more.
dipsky whipsky.
There we go. Plus 21, and then I'll add the level of exhaustion.
Cool. All right. The thirster.
Oh. Nice.
Thirster's coming for ya.
So
Go
thirsty.
scale. So this guy rolls up on your group here.
Nice.
As the rider's leaning over to try and help you up, goes for a couple slashy rashy doonies on you. Okay.
I'm ready. Do I need to make the save as well?
On the start of your turn, if this thing's still alive.
Okay.
All right. Ooh, what one of these? Which one of these things does it want to do?
Oh, golly.
Oh, heck.
Oh, heck.
It's just gonna try and swash you twice.
Oh.
19 probably hits, and the
19
9
hits.
misses. All right, for that first claw attack, 8 slasheroonies to you, Giggle Scale.
No!
As these dry claws sink into his back. All right,
Starting to get sweepy.
lizards.
Not looking good.
So, Starshine and Bumbleberry, you get this guy. They're not prone. They're not paralyzed. They are ready to fight. this one reaches down and stabs at this Thirst Master here and tries to help you up onto their mount. So they still have a lance. 21, I rolled the GM. 21 definitely hits for 11 pierceronies. They just stabbed right over your shoulder. And yeah, they are not resistant to that, so... There's some meta knowledge, not resistant to piercing. And what I'm going to do, because of that effort and everything, you effectively get on their mount without opportunity attack while they stabbed in tandem.
Cool.
For you, Giggle Scale. They're both going to back up after they need to roll their saves. Dang it, hold on. It's a con save, DC 12, if I recall. 1 and 2. They are used to them thirsts. They got a 20 and an 18. They are immune to that for a bit, and yeah, they just back up like, no. Actually, you know what, mounts? Just bring us down here. Not cool. And that's their go. That guy is gone, but this guy is not. So, little sandstorm boy. They are going to, I guess, dash again because you guys are so far. Tumbles, roll me a d20 real quick.
Can do. That is going to be a 4.
Yeah, you just look like a weird boulder monster to this thing. So it's going to go towards what looks like people.
No! Darn.
And, comes right chair. There we go. Okay.
He runs into my spiritual weapon.
Technically.
Fight the blender.
So this is the sandstorm around them. It's a mini sandstorm constantly whirring around this little undead necrotic guy. And it's lightly obscured to other creatures, and wisdom, follow the tracks. Yeah, there's like no tracks behind this thing. It's pretty awesome.
Ooh, that's cool.
All right, and they are going to do their super vortex attack called Sand Slash, where they speed up their sand and spinning it super fast around you guys. All creatures within 10 feet of it, which is Bumbleberry, Starshine, and this poor guy and his mount. Go ahead and roll me a... What is the save? Dex save, DC 14.
6.
Cool. All right. Let's see. 12 for Bumbleberry.
We're getting there. We're getting closer.
Can the rider succeed?
Like the lowest I've seen you roll in a long time, Villainous.
The rider did not succeed.
I think I rolled a couple nat ones last time.
Hmm.
Right, I'm going to roll that slashing damage. It is 66.
No, thank you.
19 slashing damage to each of you.
Yow!
So just torn up by flying rocks and thorns, but mainly sharp sand. Right. Little taste of a sandstorm. Oh, that... Wish I could undo that. I replaced their health with negative 19.
Control Z?
Maybe? I'm going to try it. I think that might work. Let me...
As we watch as the entire battlefield just shifts now.
No, it don't work. All right.
Yeah.
I will guess where their health was approximately after that healing. There we go. And then Bumbleberry took that damage too. That's a lot. Minus 19. Cool. Alrighty. Giggle Scale. You're on the back of a lizard.
Yep. Yeah. I'm going
Ah.
to grab my bow and bring it up. Fire 2 shots at this sand boy.
All right, fire.
Longbow, nat 1. Crap, longbow 13.
Cool. Let me
I
just-
probably have disadvantage on these too because I'm shooting in the sands and they're lightly obscured, right?
Let me double check what lightly obscured means real quick.
Oh, I think it's +2 to AC, right? I think it's considered
It's just disadvantage
half
on
cover.
perception checks.
Ah, gotcha. Okay.
Cool.
Cool. Well, that's a nat 1 and a 13.
Cool. Oh, the 13 technically nicks him. Let's go ahead and roll that damage.
That is 11 piercing
Nice.
with the bow.
Cool. I don't want to refresh roll 20. Don't make me refresh roll 20. Huh. Yeah, I have to refresh roll 20.
Sadness.
Every token I click on just says it's not mapped to anything now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That doesn't work. Come on. Load. We'll get there.
I was almost thinking like maybe we throw a lasso around this guy and take off and try to rip this guy away from everybody else. But,
Terrible idea.
we just gotta pick up sticks and go.
And then
So is fleeing our priority?
I think it should be.
Okay.
Or at least moving while we fight.
I don't see it as us getting out of this combat. I think it's just going to get bigger and bigger.
okay.
Or at least that's what Shaska would think, given what we're seeing.
All right, I did the
Makes sense.
damage. We are up to date. Anything else, Shashka?
I think that's it.
Okay.
You know what? I
Start.
would yell one more thing
Yeah, go for
to Fuzzy Whiskers. Fuzzy Whisker,
Oh yeah.
a Tumble Whisker cannot ride one of these beasts in that form.
Oh.
Just be aware.
I can be
Okay.
running for a bit.
I think you only have like 1 or 2 turns left on it.
Yeah, I got 3, but yes.
That's all. I'll end my turn there.
Cool. Starshine. You
All
are
right.
starting in this guy's vortex. Does that... No, it's just slightly obscured. All right, cool. Doesn't do anything.
Great. I will whack him with my spiritual weapon just because it's right here.
Yep.
20.
20 hits. Roll damage.
Fabulous. 6 dammies.
6 fours.
And then, in the interest of escaping, I will cast command on him and I will tell him to flee.
All right. Wisdom save, I think.
No.
It is.
Okay. Can you throw that in chat real quick for me?
Absolutely.
Okay. Check one thing. This thing doesn't have anything about being immune to charm stopping it, correct? Because it is not a charm. It's just a command, if I recall. I don't see anything about that. Okay. If anybody else knows that it does, then let me know, but I don't see it. All right.
Nobody tell him.
Everyone tell me the truth. They rolled a
Really?
9.
Yes.
Okay. So you said flee. They're going to spend its turn moving away from you by the fastest available means. Awesome.
Bonus spreads.
Unless there's something about charmed and command, which I don't think there is. Anything else, Starshine? It should be.
Yep, that's bonus and action.
Okay. Bumbles. They are going to leap over and try and punch this thing. Gotta open on everybody's sheets. Okay. That is a hit for 4. And then they're going to be looking up at the rider, asking with their big old eyes, those big old bumbleberry eyes, "Can I climb on?"
Oh,
And the Dragonborn looks down at them, and they repeat it in Draconic. "Can I climb on?" So, Giggle Skills, you heard it. I think you're the only party member who speaks it, right?
I know 3
Correct.
words.
Yeah.
You know Draconic?
So
I know.
I
3
know
words.
Draconic. I'm not
Hmm.
clear on who they was in that scenario.
Bumbleberry spoke in common and then Draconic to the Dragonborn rider. "Can I get on, please?" Basically.
Gentlemen, I rest my case from earlier. Yeah, so Shashka just whips his head around. His hair just flaps as fast as his whip, and he just narrows his eyes at Omnidas.
You just narrow your eyes at her. "How
Yeah.
dare you speak the language of my people?" All
My
right.
goodness.
On to you.
It's Scramble Hand's turn.
I completely forgot that was even a thing.
And
Probably see this crawling out of the bushes like, ah!
speaking of crawling out of the bushes,
No. Wait. Hold up.
some more Scramble Hands enter the fray.
Oh no.
Scramble hands. They're scrambling.
The
Whoa,
first
that's
one
That's a turtle.
down here, it looks very similar to the other one, but these ones are like kind of ick. Like they're all festering, and there's black biles and pustules on these hands. And then
Good.
over this way, there's one big hand coming.
No.
It looks like a giant's hand of some kind.
Listen, I had
That's great.
enough at the college. I don't need any more of these in my life.
I'm having Elden Ring flashbacks.
Yeah.
Yes.
'Tis weak to fire.
All right. Fuzzy Whiskers, it's your turn.
It's weak to fire. Where's the big hand? I didn't see where you pinged.
It'd be better to
Down
shoot
there?
this hand that's right here.
The big hand is 120 feet on the dot.
Bonus action, dropping my thing on Rune to make him small
Okay.
again on Tumble Whisker, and then I will fire a fire at that hand because Rune said it's weak to fire. Never mind. That's a
It might hit.
13 to hit.
Let me see.
Might hit.
Actually, it does hit.
It's a hand.
It's just a
It's
hand,
a-
man.
it's just a
Hands are
hand,
like
man.
11 AC.
All right. So you hit it for 10
10
fire.
fire, dang good.
Nice. It's not weak to fire, but it does hurt from fire. It's not resistant to it. So you hit it, and it burns like a normal undead fleshy giant hand would. And then when you do that, you see a couple other hands like coming out of the shadows behind it as they kind of try to scatter around it. There's a couple
Yeah.
of hands.
I'm a can I get on?
He wants to know if you're
Sure.
going to get on.
There
And
you
the man just like shakes his head tiredly and like puts his arm out to try and help you up.
I'm gonna get on.
All right. You're on a mount. That it?
Yep.
Tumbles.
Alright, so GM,
Hmm.
I Tumble Whisker here is going to see this guy encroaching in the distance. He's walking through some like shrubbery, some bushes, right?
Yeah, and he's drying them out.
Okay. So that gives me a better shot to try this trick maneuver. I'm gonna pull out my Manticore Spike Mace, and as his
Mhm.
leg is crossing, probably alongside either like a rough patch of clay or a branch, I'm gonna
thick
try and shoot
bramble
something
brush.
through his shin. Yeah, try and shoot it through his shin to pin him in place, stop his movement.
Yeah, that's
That's
totally
awesome.
cool. And I think it's just if you hit, it pins
If it
them.
hits, so Here is my first shot. 25.
25 hits.
I just wait. I'm like, he's walking in a really controlled manner, and I'm just gonna put it through his leg and stick it into a bush.
Cool.
Well, that's good. Who's got room for me?
Trump. The lady, what is her name? Serena says, "Here," and gestures to the front.
Nice.
I don't know if you can move that far
The front.
to get to this lizard. Oop, that moved him.
Yeah, I have 35 movement.
Yeah, then
No.
I had him. God, I don't know.
It depends on. Yeah, it depends on how much movement you want me to use to get on up.
It's just we're just gonna do it. We're just gonna move on with our lives.
Perfect.
All right.
All right, let's just go.
Cool.
I guess I don't
Anything
know,
else
this
on
guy,
your
right?
turn?
I can pin this guy too.
Fire away.
Well, he's gonna run away if
A
allowed to have
natural
his...
one.
Good, because now they can run. Yeah, as soon as you go to fire, Starshin's like, they're gonna run away. I realize I omitted an earlier natural one. Should have done something mean, but I'm almost tempted to have it hit.
It's really funny. They're gonna run. Bang. Yeah.
Let's do that. You hit them. They're pinned. All right. It's
Sonos is over here like, flee. Rude's like, I'm trying.
Okay, so when can they do this check? Just any kind of action to break free, it looks like.
Yeah, it would be their action to break free.
All right, so the Thirst Burster boys gonna roll their dexterity to try and break free. Looks like it should be a DC 17.
If it opposes mine, then yes.
Yeah.
I fired
12.
it really, really hard.
Yep. So 12. They did not break free.
Thanks for the shin bone.
And do they have anything actually ranged that they can do? No.
He can wail mournfully to the wind.
Yeah, they're just kind of scrabbling forward and they're stuck. All right. Liz
Go.
Riders.
Oh.
I think everyone but Starshine is on a lizard. Starshine, were you trying to get on the lizard with Bumbleberry? I can't remember if you tried to do that.
Yes, I thought
I'd be reaching down to like get on the lizard.
Yeah, I thought I was already up there on...
Okay, you're on there.
Yeah.
Cool beans. Now this rider is going to take the disengage action. This pinned boy is supposed to be fleeing. I don't know what that does for reactions.
He's so conflicted.
Let me check commands wording real quick. Spends its turn. I don't know. I'll just roll a d20. If it's even, it's going to try and slash somebody. Natural 20. Okay. It's going to get an opportunity off on one of ya. Starshine, roll me a d20. See how tasty you look. You taste
About
like a
4 tasty.
4. Oh, Bumbleberry looks delicious. So they're going to slash out at Bumbleberry.
Can I try and, like, dive in front of it? Can I try and take the hit?
You can roll a dex save if you want to try and take the hit for sure. I'll let you do it this time.
6.
6. Well, let's see what they roll for their attack. They're just gonna try and like slam. 17. So you go to try and take the hit, but they're already so slamming them, and they bap onto Bumbleberry's knee really hard with a 17 to hit, and then they kind of like scratch and scrape into them. All right, by the stick, that's the same round. They're not going to do 2 attacks, so take 7 bludgy rooney doonies, and now dashing. Let's see.
Oh, we're so dashing.
Boop. Boop. Just trying to get going. All right. Where did the turn order go again?
We just
There it
intercept
is.
the postal service out here. Like, Uber, hey,
Hey,
it's not me. It's
Pretty
want to have a
much.
quick fight in New York before we go to the concert?
Yep.
Get the cab drivers in on this. Come on.
All right.
Forget about it.
So they're now the Sandman is going to try and break free so that they can run away. Let's see if they can do it.
he just looks to Starshine
Let's see what you
like
can
Nope.
do.
They just
he's just trying my best.
Hilarious.
no
Tries
range
to run away
attack.
and just falls flat.
Yeah, it's just can't. Giggle scale.
So I'll take some shots at the nearest, fastest looking creature.
Probably the one to the north. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll just try to pop him twice.
Go for it.
Nice.
Fire,
And we'll see
fire.
what happens.
I used
Flap.
to be a stand mummy like
13 and a 10. I think 13
13
hits, right?
hits on the dot.
Cool. That's 9 piercing.
Nice.
Magical.
So yeah, you shoot and just put a hole right through them. You can like see through for a second before they move. It's really nice because they're stuck right now.
Yeah.
All right. Assume that's it. Starshine.
I guess while we're still in range, I will. I'll Sacred Flame and Sacred Weapon the guy back there.
Cool. All right. I will roll that.
Spiritual Weapon's 12 to hit.
Save. Is this the right guy? Yeah. Cool. Duck save. They rolled a 20, so no radiant damage, but 12 actually hits.
Oh, nice.
This little Sandman isn't very AC. 10.
10 force.
Whew.
Ooh, okay.
All right.
Big balls.
So just boom, and all the sand like churns out of him, like shaking something free. All right. Assume that's it.
Yes.
All right. Can you ever shoot? Let's find out.
all you have to do is roll higher than a 4.
9.
We're getting
No,
places.
that ain't it. Hand Clan. Can they get
The
to you
hand.
guys?
If anyone can, the Hand Clan can.
They want that boot. Oh, this one can get close. Scrabbles over you guys.
So
Hit one of you guys with these hands.
This is just a mass of hands, right?
Yeah.
You said they're connected?
They're kind of loosely connected with like sinew and stuff. It's nasty. They shouldn't be,
Sounds
but
like-
they are.
Sounds like they could get pinned too.
Kind
Oh
of.
no, dude.
All right, and then this one. Gonna run to Dare. They're like, no, come back. And we still got a little more round. So that was their turn. Fuzzy Whiskers. The Hand Clan is coming.
Yes. The Hand Clan. I remember my days of the Hand Clan. I will, I am just, I'm gonna hold my action for a
Ooh.
firebolt to any that gets within range of like 10 feet of me.
You have a staff, right?
Oh, I didn't even see this one below me.
You could try and like flip them
Yeah.
off. Like you can
I'm
do
a-
the push action. You're like, get.
I'm a bap this guy next to me. I didn't even
Do
see
you
him
want to
there. I thought he was
attack or do you
person.
want to shove? Alu is describing a shove of 5 feet away.
Yeah, just so they don't
I
bite your
can
butt.
try to shove him, but that's not gonna do much. I think I'll just bap him.
All right, attack.
Maybe whack.
Bloody root of the world tree. Natural 20.
Okay.
Nice.
So you
All right.
natty smacky this thing, and you do looks like 10 damage.
Just what the heck.
The creature takes an
Hilarious.
extra 4 necrotic, by the way, because so 14.
14.
Max reduce. 14. Yeah. Okay. It's hit.
It's really funny.
Yeah, you kill it.
It's a
You just-
real meaty whack.
Destroy these things, and your stick like goes down and like sucks all the moisture and blood out of these hands that was left, and they just kind of like crackle and stop writhing. Okay.
I'm gonna switch and pull my strap of my loot around, and there once was a hand who was all gross, and then I hit him in the face with a toast.
Cool. Tumble Whisker.
I don't think hands have faces.
What we gonna do?
Right? Yeah. So this hand over here, I'm gonna try and pinning shot it because I can. Probably.
Fire.
All right. First shot. 1. 13.
Yeah, that hits.
That's it.
Don't you have 2 attacks?
Oh wait. Okay. This hand over here then.
Fire away.
Can do. He gets a shot too.
13 hits. 24 hits. All right.
All right.
Pin. You're just shooting all the spikes. Alrighty. Okay.
Hey, I've got 4 left. I'm keeping count.
So, can you throw the pinning shot in the chat again? I'm just trying to scroll up and find it. There it is. I found it. Never mind.
Okay.
Cool. All right. This one's gonna try and free itself, and gets to ya.
Do not. Do not.
10. And it's just
Ends it twice.
So top of the round.
Run.
Another interesting thing enters the fray.
No.
Yes.
Yes. Ooh.
What are you? again?
Wave 4.
Yeah.
I hope it's
Just
big and meaty.
one sec here.
Listen, it's fit something living and looks petable.
Everything looks petable to me.
Sounds good to me.
All right.
That does not look living
Since
or
you
petable.
guys have such good passives, I'm just gonna show you what's popping out of the desecrated lands coming towards this awesome action-packed adventure. So, first,
What?
over here, we have this nasty, wicked-looking ghoul wielding 2 like reaver blades, coming sprinting out of the dustlands over a hill. He just got into the arena. Or not the arena, the combat area. Another one of these Sandmans is popping up over here, coming from the same area the other one came from. And they are churning up their little dust storm, or their little sandstorm. And up on the north, another thing you attracted is this horrible, crawling, green, ooze-dripping gnoll skeleton.
Oh,
That's pretty cool.
So
Look at
petable.
how petable that thing
But-
looks.
So petable, but not living. We have 50%.
You know,
We don't compromise here.
and floating in the distance and encroaching, hovering in the air,
What is that?
is a beating, throbbing, dripping heart the size of a man.
That is not petable or living. Probably.
Bro.
Wait, did you say beating?
Yes. It's like squirting bits of blood out, throbbing and coming your way. So, it's the Lizard Rider's turn. They're going to leave. This is... I think, yeah, that's a clear run. They can get out. You guys can get out. But those all things popped up. Initiative over.
Yeah.
That's wild.
And then, unless you guys want to do more pop shots, thematically,
No.
I assume that would probably be happening for some of you.
I'd
but-
probably save the ammo. Shoot anything that looks like it's trying to attack us from long range.
That thing is, it's that classic, like, just things are like rising up, like out of the desecrated lands, like, and then the
Glad we
farther
got
you
clear.
get, And nobody died. Nobody went down. That was impressive.
That's awesome. How are our riders looking? I know they took some hits.
Yeah, they're messed up. All of them are messed up right now. They're bloody and dehydrated and tired and sweaty. Their lizards are messed up a bit. The Dragonborn's lizard's like still dazed. He's like, "Oh, well, come on!" Like it's 7 trouble riding straight. Keeps like veering to one side.
You've been drinking tonight.
Dang. I'll
So-
ask Serena. When are the games?
Tomorrow.
So
Tongues,
there's time.
Tongues is gone, but what? I'm just going to describe what happens real quick to speed it up, and let me set the scene
Oh,
here.
okay.
So effectively, you guys are writing. Let me just copy you here and go. One sec. Cool.
Oh, Mickey, did you drop your? I guess you dropped your concentration whenever.
Enlarge.
Yeah. Cool.
Ooh.
So, again, about an hour. I'm going to say it's like maybe 40-minute ride on these guys instead of that hour that you guys are going to have to do. They do at one point midway like stop and drink some water and just make sure that everybody's not bleeding out.
I'd like to help them as much as possible. If we can spare any magic, they have gone out of their way for us, and we have yet to hold up our end of the bargain.
And
I'd be offering any of my water for them too.
Yeah.
what ends up
absolutely.
happening with the back and forth, you guys discern that the blue dragonborn, his name's Razul, and just to give you a better picture, vivid blue, like he just shed his scales, vivid, very muscular, and he has this kind of just regal, reserved presence when he finally brought down his shoot, I can't remember what that kind of special scarf is called.
Yeah, that thing.
Yeah.
And yeah, just has this kind of like regal, and the few times he speaks, and it's in that unrecognizable tongue, because I don't think any of you have Southern dialect. Whenever he speaks that out, everybody just listens. The other 2 writers like stop talking, very respectfully listen to what they have to say. Serena, and she tells you her. Actually, yeah, they just tell you all their names. You learn that the human male and her can both speak common. Actually, they just didn't expect someone speaking common on the road. It's not a commonly used language down here.
Wow.
But she introduces herself, Serena Ashatari. She's a human female. She's actually very pretty once you get a long look at her. She's got long flowing hair, this kind of like burnished, shining copper. Underneath her kind of armor and garb, you can see she's wearing like really vibrant, pretty clothes underneath all of this crap she's wearing to protect herself. And she kind of has this like mischievous, kind of curious, playful demeanor about her. And the man, his name is Zarif Al-Khazar, or Kazrad. Here we go. He's a tall and lean human with sun-kissed skin. He's got dark hair, but it's all like really neatly kept, tied together. You can see like quite obviously the glints of the gold jewelry. So this guy, he's got some cash. He's like not afraid to wear some gold while he's going across the desert. And he's just got this really sharp and well-groomed demeanor and aesthetic. And then last but not least, Razul Stormscale, they explain, is what his dragon boy name is. So you guys have, again, like 30, 40 minutes to chat with these folk if you want on your way to the town. Fuzzy Whisker, you asked when the games were. They said tomorrow, first thing. I think you're the one who asked that.
Nice.
And to kind of set the scene here, as you kind of turn the corner around a hill, you can get a glimpse of this western edge of the city itself. There's these huge, huge stone walls, like 60 feet tall, at least 10 feet thick stone walls with towers placed strategically all over the place. You can see there's some like bricks and holes that are missing, and there's actually some folk out there, some of them on ropes and scaffolding hanging down over the side. They're working on repairing the walls. There's other folk casting magic down from the parapets, and even some... It's hard to tell with how far they are away. You can roll a perception if you'd like to. But some folk kind of... Looks like they're hovering and flying and like casting magic on the wall as well. But you are still quite a ways out. But that's the scene as you ride up. Whew. So, you're the new team then. And you've been out here walking for 75 days because of a wizard's mistransportation?
Aye.
Do you know the name of that wizard so I can never use their services?
Tyrion Darrington.
Roll a deception on that one. That is a silly name.
Tyrion Darrington.
That just sounds fake. Oh no.
Well,
I'm gonna interject here. Like,
she just looks
my
at you
companion.
like, okay. Your companion, what you saying?
Yeah, my companion Fuzzy Whisker. What he's trying to say is, we can't really divulge where we come from because we couldn't tell you if we wanted to. But what's important is what our abilities are, what we're capable of, and how those will influence your odds and your chance at winning more money and staying safe another day in this place. Right? That was our deal?
I think we got some rather good information. In fact, we're going to head into our guild before we head back down.
Nice.
It'll be tight, but we'll do some night riding, even though it's more dangerous.
I'm sorry that your crew took some damage and your lizards were injured on our behalf, but I thank you for the assistance.
Well, we're not fast-healing folk, but we'll be fine. So, have you been out here before? You all seem... Is that one okay? Looks over at Starshine, who's like melting.
I think Starshine is like fully just like slumped against the back of the Dragonborn, like not even trying to hold himself up anymore.
Technically, time-wise, with everything, I think you'll slip in the gate before that last hour. I think you're going to save yourself a check by getting a ride.
Nice.
Nice.
So, yeah. Is he all right? Does he need water? You've been drinking, right?
We have. He's just a little bit more susceptible to the heat than us all.
The
I'm
dragon
from
is
very-
dumping water
I'm-
on your head.
I'm from very far to the north. I'm not used to this climate.
Oh. How far north? Where from?
All the way.
Oh,
All the way.
All the way.
Up in 10 towns?
Sure.
Is there a particular town up there you hail from?
No.
1 to 10.
Ah, that's fine. All right. Mysterious
tell you where I'm
wanderer
from.
from the north.
But that would be no fun, because you likely already know.
Jungles.
Yes.
Oh, now do me next.
She's gonna roll a nature and an investigation about you.
Oh no.
No.
Let's see. Nature is an 8. Investigation, that's a 15 there. That's
That's way better than this.
yeah.
Just yeah.
Are you a half elf?
I just start bursting out laughing at that.
Don't got a drop of elf in me bloods.
Well, you're like a short and stout, pretty person, and you don't have any real beard hair on your face, from what I can see. And I'm
She's quite
assuming
pretty
you
underneath all that garb.
took that helmet from a dwarf you slain. and attached their beard and other dwarves' beards to it?
That's a lot more exciting than the actual story behind how I got this helm. I might be using that. But none of that's where you think I hail from.
Skepta?
Ooh. Ah, not that far. Not from Skepta myself.
Hmm.
Little more south than that. Southeast.
I'm assuming the gnome either from Underdark or the Bound Mound to the north, and you. Are you from the Underdark?
Oh yeah, I was a murderer down there. You should know. I was the biggest and baddest spell slinger there was, and I just murdered everyone. Left my home bloody.
Hmm. Did, you killed everyone in your home.
Every
Okay.
single drow.
Got it. That's quite the achievement. There are
I
many
know, I'm
drow
pretty
in
great.
Desolera, just to warn you.
Yeah, they'll like me. They'll see that I'm such a
Minutes in,
strong
Just
warrior.
getting, like, mugged in an alley.
That's pretty great.
You goof.
So,
What about the walls? Was the city attacked recently?
oh, yes, just another regular band of reavers. And the constant undead bouncing off the walls. We haven't had a significant attack in about a week, though.
7 days since last.
Are the
last
main roads
siege.
are the main roads always swarming with undead like this?
On this side of the city, on most sides of the city, yes. It's all desecrated. All of it. Everything you can see, essentially. It's different once you get inside the walls, though.
Interesting.
Are you all new to the region? Most know about the events that happened here.
If you have to ask, then you already know.
She just, like, rubs her temples a little bit. Is the event of great importance to any of you?
Probably to me.
I want to know. All right. Let me go to where that is real quick. Oh, I'm on the wrong dock. That's why I can't find it.
I'm over here like, how long do I hold the party hostage for all the myriad of questions I want to ask these people?
Honestly, they got some info. It might be good to talk to them. I actually encourage any of you, if you have any questions, these folk
40 minutes.
literally deal in information. So
Yeah.
that's their whole thing. Oh, well, I can't say I know when it happened, but from everything everyone's told me, a long time ago there was this event they called the Cursed Rampage. Apparently there was a demon-led invasion. They opened some portal to the abyss. And on top of that, they used some type of magic they said shouldn't be possible. And essentially, everyone they killed rose back up as not only a crazed, mindless reaver, they were also demonically imbued. Thankfully, there were only a few thousand who attacked. We were able to fend them off, but during the non-stop battles, which took years because they kept rejuvenating their numbers by killing more and more of us and killing more and more of the surrounding reavers, hordes, orcs, trollkins, and other folks running around here. I also don't know exactly how they ended it, but there was so much horrible evil, death, corruption. This land's been forever scarred. And from what I understand, it was already kind of scarred to begin with, but that really sunk in.
And the threat exists to this day.
Oh, no. No, we haven't seen that demon or heard of any magic like that being cast since
Let
the
me guess,
first
1,000
rampage.
years.
Don't know. Like I said,
Hmm.
I don't know.
Who would know?
Some of the longer-lived folk in there. There are some folk who've probably been around longer than the city itself.
Hmm.
You're muted there, J. Crew.
Is that thing really a tooth?
Oh, yes. That is a tooth. Or somebody very cleverly built a coliseum and then redesigned it to look like a tooth, which I don't know why you would. Boop. And yep, give that art how it looks again. Boop.
So cool.
Let me go to...
That one must have really hurt to pull out. Whoever lost it.
No one actually knows where the tooth came from. It's impossibly large, though, isn't it? Some sort of leviathan from a lost age.
What about...
Go ahead. Okay.
There's many things that I'd be interested in asking, and I assume at some point in time information would not be exchanged freely. Perhaps we could continue to trade knowledge of our abilities for knowledge that might not be privy to someone currently in our position.
We were just going to rack up some debt, but that sounds good. And they all kind of giggle to each other. By the way, the arena is known as the Crownstone Coliseum. All right. So.
Crownstone, interesting. If I pause, it's probably because I'm writing this stuff down.
That's fine.
Same. And since we're new to this, it sounds like we know what to be expected in terms of fighters who are going to be in the arena. Is this a set match? Are the contestants already known?
The teams are known. And, well, except for you all. Do you have a team name?
The Half-Breed
boy.
Chainbreakers.
No, I don't think that's a good name.
Well, fuck you. I like this name.
I think we should be the Breeded Chainers.
Whoa.
No.
Uh.
We're the Half-Breed Chainbreakers. That's that.
So, out of game, real quick, because I do want to clarify with the bomb in our head.
Legally
essentially.
speaking, I didn't share my name.
You can say half-breed Chainbreakers and not explode.
Yeah, rinse
What-
that out.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to make sure.
What you
Dude,
cannot
that's
do...
strategy.
Rune takes 4d10 psychic damage every time you say the team name. She's
She absolutely will not compromise.
It's just aneurysms every 5 minutes.
That's right.
Oh man.
But you-
Half-Breed Chainbreakers?
What you cannot do is say anything that would directly insinuate old honeypaws.
Yeah, no.
I have a question about that.
Mhm.
If I suggested a team name of the Cubs, is that
That's like
an
touching on it.
insinuation?
That's like touching on it a little bit there, where you'd get that feeling as you're considering it, like, oh, that's not a good idea there. Like,
What if
that's
we were definitely not the Cub?
yeah, that's probably worse.
So I'm interested at a game in
Where the
a,
lines
a
are.
non-threatening team name.
Because I was gonna say, wouldn't that link us back to who we are as a group, and therefore kind of make the whole
Nobody
thing folly?
knows. Nobody
Here's the
knows
thing.
that you guys.
We were in the middle of the woods.
Yeah, it's not about you. It's about old honeypaws.
Mhm.
There's other reasons they took your names.
Dude,
Okay.
I truly think that we should have some type of team name that sounds super lame, like the Pups or
Couple
The Grasshoppers.
One
the
thing
Whiskers.
I want you guys. Actually, I'm gonna have Tumble Whisker roll me a Fate 20.
Sure. It's gonna be 5. Darn it.
I'm gonna
These
see
Fate
if I
20s
match you,
suck.
and if I match you, you get it.
That'd be cool.
11, nope.
Darn.
That's fine. What you mentioned, Chainbreaker, it sounds familiar, I just can't place it.
Lights up.
Oh,
Well, do you know who we're going to be going up against in the first bout? Tell us about the games. Are there more than one bout?
It's different every year.
Oh,
What
I
we
like
can
that.
tell you is we don't know who's going up against who, we just know who's entering.
Who should we watch out for then?
That's a good question.
That is a good question. I will pull that up shortly, but
Okay.
there was a lot of questions at once. I'm trying to keep them all in my head. Who should we watch out for? And then what was the other one? Somebody just asked me something, and I was going to answer it. Shoot.
what about the tunnel snakes?
You could go tunnel snakes if you want.
Well, you answered how do the matchups work. They just know who's entered, and so the follow-up question was like,
she was saying one thing we can tell you is every match has a theme.
"Oh, how do themes work?"
Well, they set up the Colosseum in a theatrical sense. I remember one time they filled the entire arena with water.
Oh, that'd be gross. I don't like getting wet.
They had a ship battle in the middle of the arena.
That sounds
pretty cool.
So cool.
Are the
That
themes
would actually
known
be kind of cool.
ahead of time, or do we find out once we enter the arena?
They like to surprise everyone with the themes.
Great.
Interesting.
Though
So you could
once-
have these like super cool Frost Warriors come in, and then they make the whole theme just being like,
fire.
"Oh yeah, you guys are gonna do fire things."
It's happened.
It's a little funny.
And-
It's kind of unbalanced, but it's a little funny.
To answer your question, once the lots are drawn, they start deciding who goes with which theme. If we can get access to that information, it's worth a lot of money. Especially,
That's interesting.
yeah, yes. Hoping we'll get lucky again this year. We learned.
Sure, it would be interesting if you had a team in on the inside, feeding you information during
You have
the arena. fights.
connections to some great information. I assume that comes with some people willing to do some things that might get their tongues chopped out, correct?
Usually we start with hands.
Okay, great.
Yes, the chopping block. I
So
remember now.
I'm looking for a specific thing in town,
Oh.
and I'm wondering if maybe you could get someone to maybe locate the best route for me there to get it.
That's usually something we can do. That will probably cost you gold or some other sort of trade unless you have something of greater value.
No, yeah, that's probably really good. So I mean,
what are you
is
trying
there a way to
find?
contact you besides just going to the guild?
You heap that envelope. And otherwise, if you recognize one of us.
Fair enough. You guys have a symbol so that I could just like pull someone in your guild out of the crowd and be like, "Hey, I know Serena."
Envelope.
Okay.
What are you
can't read,
trying to
so.
find?
I just want to. I hear you guys got some really good delicacies here, and so I just kind of wanted to find the fastest way to get into your kitchen. Like the main like kitchen that is used for like the people of the arena, you know?
Yep. So, Serena like kind of barks back to the Dragonborn in that southern tongue again, and he like does some scratching and kind of like a and responds to her, and she gets back. I think usually, if you're not slaves, which you don't appear to be, you should have at least the ability to walk into the kitchen as contestants.
Oh. Well, that's great then.
But that's a guess.
And then my
Nobody's
final question.
really asked how to get into the arena kitchens. That's a new piece of information for us.
I've never been there, so. But my last question: is there any single lords and ladies within the Colosseum that will be attending that you think are quite wooable?
Nice. There you go. Get it.
I suspect all the lords and ladies are fairly wooable in the city. You've never been
know
to
what?
the
That's
Oasis of
fair.
Hedon, have you?
No, but that sounds really interesting.
That is one of the most clever names I've.
I'm all proud of myself for that one. Anyways,
I like it.
It's awesome.
Desolera is a city of debauchery. Everything's fair game for the right price.
Oh.
Well, as the Fae would say, fair enough.
Like, closes her eyes really hard for a second.
Mm,
The face
Well-
groan.
They really sell just about anything. Do they sell these types of lizards? Big lizards.
Yeah.
Whoa.
These are the most common lizards out in the waste. Well, common that can be ridden. Temperamentally.
Ah, we saw one of them. It, eaten by a big snake. Big black snake. Mamba. One of its eyes gouged.
Good thing it ate that and not you, huh?
That was the intent. Glad it went that way.
Okay. So, we've given you quite a bit of information. You mentioned telling us about your skills and abilities beyond what we've seen. What can you tell us? What can you do? What will you do?
Nice.
anything it takes to win. That's for sure. For starters, we work well together as a team. What's that?
Bumbleberry like pipes up. Are we telling him? What are we telling him? Should I just let you talk? Can I
Probably
tell him?
best
Uh,
to let us handle it, Bumbleberry.
you saw what I can
For
do.
your sake.
That's what she says. You saw what I can do. Ah,
That's our mascot. Don't worry. No.
But before I get into this information,
Chuck.
how do I know you won't sell this information to the other teams that we're going up against?
you don't.
That's the point.
Mm.
That's the fun of it.
If someone comes
know,
and
it would
approaches
be-
us willing to pay and they pay the right price, we will sell it. Unless you pay us
yeah.
enough not to.
It's like that, isn't it, sometimes? Which is why I asked. Because it would be hard for us to get a message to you all about the nature of these events as they're happening and as we're learning of them if we've been sold out.
Very well could be. Very well could be.
Which one do you think is worth more? The price of our partnership, continued cooperation, or the price of the information that you could glean from one interaction with us? That's the real question, because money talks in this world, as you know.
We prefer ongoing business whenever we can.
Don't we all? Looks better on the books, sticks around longer. Like a fine meal compared to a cheap market snack. Sticks to the ribs, as they say. You have the advantage of having some personal, I guess, first-hand account of us in action. But we're the underdog in this fight. We're the newly replaced team. Everyone wants to know what we can do and what we can't do. And truly, you all are the ones that are in control of that information, whether it's good information or whether it's bad information. And I won't tell you how to play your books, but we're not looking to draw a lot of attention until it's time to. Probably trying to keep a low profile until the time comes, if that might help influence your odds. whether they're for us or against us, depending on how you wish to profit.
Makes sense. Use your weapon of I can't say the word right now, but anonymity or whatever they say.
Anonymity.
Anonymity to your best.
Yeah, and
Hold your cards tight. Makes sense.
mhm.
What you're looking for is... Let me just be honest with you. If someone pays us enough, and at this point it would be a lot, we will tell them everything. There's always a price. But let's just say that price is quite high for betraying you, at least until we get the information about what themes are going to be in which rounds. We'll see how
Nice.
fruitful that is.
Nice. Been an hour.
And if that could happen, how would we contact you?
Carry the envelope.
Envelope.
Carry the
Someone-
envelope. It all
someone
comes
will
down
find
to the
you.
envelope.
Yep.
I'm sure there is much that we'll learn the longer that we stay in this tournament, and we plan on staying into it to the end. Who doesn't?
Well, everyone hopes to, right? Some of these folks don't really have a choice. And they just kind of like, sucks to be them, is the
Yeah.
look. So, what can you tell us beyond what we saw?
I can turn into a snake.
Shapeshifter.
No. Well, yes, but
But actually, no.
it's not a druidic heritage. It's because, well, perhaps maybe I'm more Yanti than I look.
One of those rare Yanti. You'll find many of your kin here. That's our
I
kind of
figured.
exchange for that bit as well, on top of what they've
Nice.
already front-loaded you guys with. What else?
Yeah. She's a shapeshifter too.
She looks at you like, what the fuck? Just
Yeah.
look.
And
Kinda.
possibly even more. And I'm just gonna like squint at her.
I can shapeshift. Some. Kind of like a druid. Not, I mean, I guess I could turn into a snake. And she just kind of looks around. And you, Drow?
I'm not gonna speak for anybody
Yeah,
else.
and they just
So,
address...
because if you guys don't want to share, that's quite
Hey,
okay.
me?
I'm trying to.
Well, I can cast Power Word Kill. No, that's a joke. That's a joke. That would be way too important. I can
Just excited for
I'm
half
like-
a second.
buffer and an enchanter of sorts. I like to keep my party top notch, you know?
Hmm.
I also whack things pretty hard with my stick.
We saw those. Enlarging your half-elf friend. Lots of firebolts. And...
About the extent of my power, really.
Got it. And you, sickly elf.
I'm fairly well read, and you saw I have command of some basic cleric spell casting.
Is there a particular deity you pray to?
The order that I hail from does not actually worship a particular deity. Our power is derived from observation and charting of the stars.
That seems heretical. Interesting.
Yeah, just in the background. Ha! Nerd! No.
A cleric with no deity, yet you channel divine energy through the stars. She's gonna roll a history check. Are you from the colleges?
I am.
We had someone come through here, pay for information. I actually talked to them, who was from the colleges. Elf like yourself, but didn't look like you. Didn't have the shiny eyes.
How recently?
Oh, a few months ago. I want to say maybe 3 months ago or so. Interesting fellow.
Are you at liberty to disclose possibly their name or the information they sought?
I know their name and why they were in the town, or while they were in Desolera, and the information they requested from us, which we provided. But I'm afraid that will cost you. What else can you tell us about yourself, sickly elf?
I don't feel well. I would like to be inside the town now.
Well, that was obvious, and they just all kind of laugh, except for the Dragonborn, who's like, "What is funny?" This
Oh.
is, he's just riding like all stoically, like this guy's drooling and sweating on me.
Yeah.
Leaking.
So moist.
Gross.
Well, if there's,
I have 2 more questions.
they'll pipe up. If there's nothing else you can tell us about yourself, sickly elf, gold will do as well. Or magic items. We love those.
I do have somewhat greater command over fire and holy light than most clerics.
They address, I lost his name, but the male human, kind of asking in their southern dialect. You can tell they're like, "What should we tell him?" That's the gist. It's pretty obvious. I'm gonna scroll down here. Give me 1 second to find him. There we go. All right. You asked their name first of all, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does the name Thunderdrake ring any bells? Or Thundrake, not Thunderdrake. Thundrake. They give you just that piece. And you can roll history at disadvantage. With just
Disadvantage.
half a name. Actually, you know what?
Well,
Think about this for 1 sec. Yeah, it's... Oh my goodness. Even if it was straight, that's a natural 1. Never heard of Thundrake, but it gives this like image of this like thunder worm, just bronze or blue dragon, like crackling lightning on a mountain peak. Thundrake ring any bells?
I'm afraid not.
Give me a little more and I'll give you some. Just trying to squeeze you a little bit. You look sick and vulnerable, just meta-wise.
What do you want to know?
What will you do in the arena fights? What are your greatest abilities?
Oh. I'm much more mobile than people expect. I can move around quite quickly via magical and non-magical means, and I excel at doing heavy damage over large swathes of area.
He came to the town because he wanted to have a slave trained.
Slave?
A woman.
What was the woman's name?
I'll be honest, I don't know. But we heard referred to she quite often.
Trained just to be a servant, or in any particular area?
That'll cost you. Or someone else. And she just does a little swirly finger.
Yeah. If no one is forthcoming, I have significant experience leading armed groups, leading organized war bands,
Military
any game
training.
that involves...
There's a question mark.
Yeah. Perhaps paramilitary training. I was trained to get the job done, not to stand and fight and die.
Like many of your kin.
Maybe not.
I suppose
But more
so.
would cost you.
Oh. She's like, oh, I like it. Spicy. And gives you that little, like, ooh, little interested look.
Tell us about the slave.
Servant, yes. But also bodyguard, translator, and area expert.
So a local. Or well-studied.
I suspect a local to wherever this elf was hoping to bring them.
And did you see them in person? What did they look like? This servant, this slave.
We did not see the servant, but we saw the elf who was coming to us for information. All we know, like I had mentioned, is that they were a female and the type of training that they required. Oh, I do
have 2 more questions.
Rest
Go
of their elf's name, as well as their area of study.
I think that would suffice.
But again, you can't give that for free.
How much if the price is gold?
How much is it worth it to you to know?
I can't answer that. Starshine?
I'm so vulnerable.
I gotta play a little dirty. You're in the cutthroat lands.
I'll think on it, and if I decide the information is worth paying for, I'll find your guild, or your guild will find me with the envelope.
Yes, the envelope. Don't lose that. So, while you're pondering the worth of this information, you said you had some other questions, Yanti.
Yeah. I'm gonna hand them the bag that I have on me that's got basically 300 gold worth of tradable goods in there.
Yeah, some nice trinketies and baubles in there.
Yeah. And I'm gonna... You mentioned Skapta earlier in the conversation. Word has it there is someone here from Skapta in this city, and that their name is Turgard Hjolvergater, however you say that. A lady of the shipbuilders, in fact, with a red X marked a grievous scar on her forehead, I believe. She's imprisoned to a greedy and vile pasha, I believe. What can you tell us about her, if anything? Just kind of like shrug, like if you even knew any of that.
Yeah,
because that's information that they may not have that's considered part of the payment. But I don't know if they're
I'm actually gonna roll something real quick.
at that level. That was like half flex,
Roll
half
me an insight real quick, actually.
cool. 13.
Ooh. You exceeded by 1. So
Whoa.
the name did nothing, and then the description of the X, they were like, there was like a little flash of recognition on her face for just a moment. If she wasn't wounded and banged up and riding hard and frustrated that she's going away from her job, she might have been able to front, but no, not right now. So there was a flicker of recognition with the red X. We have some information. What is that worth to you?
It's part of the reason that I'm here, but not the whole reason. Call it a side job. It would be convenient if we knew. And, well, you're here, your information. We're talking about larger things, and so I'm opening with the small questions.
I'll say you've piqued our interest on that one. What business do you have with this maiden of the north with the red X on her face?
What's it to you?
Hmm.
And how much does that cost? Perhaps the price of my next question.
Perhaps. Or, given the nature of your business, if it's spicy enough, we could tell you everything we know about this woman with the red X. What would you like? Information on the woman, or your next question? Given it's reasonable, of course. I'm not going to tell you where I live.
My next,
Do you want to know about the Viking
Yeah,
lady or your other spicy question? That's the question.
I don't. I mean, like, I'm willing to pay for the extra stuff, right? Like, that's why I got the gold. I'm not
Mhm.
sure as a player which one to pick. What do you guys want? Do you guys want? We probably have a guaranteed good info on this side questy part of
Yeah.
our job.
I'm thinking lock that in.
All right, let's do it. Sure. Let's hear about the lady with the red X.
After you tell us your business with her. Why are you here for her? What are your
I'm here to
plans with
free
her?
her.
They kind of, it's kind of like, oh shit, that's spicy. Like, that's the face
You're
they get.
asking, but it seems like you're questioning because she's your girlfriend, isn't she?
You're here to free her. They're kind of like, double check, like, actually, that's...
Yeah.
Look, I know just because I'm a Yanti. I
Oh.
chuckle. It's meant to be a funny.
Yep, they
It's one of those things where if we can do it on the way out or on the way in and give her a fair shot at being free, it's on the list.
well,
And I'm saying that in a very confident manner,
Mhm.
just to see how they take that.
shoot, hold on, give me 1 second here. I lost a thing. Scroll up slightly. There it is. Okay. One sec. There we go. Okay. That is spicy. I suppose I'll give you some information, but we would also like to ask why you're looking to free them. We don't know anyone of that name, but we do know of a female maiden warrior from the north with such a scar across her face, known as the Bloodthorn Shield Maiden, last year's champion of this very tournament. We know that, if you're looking to free her, you're going to need to find yourself a Lamia priestess. Zephyra Darkmane is her name. She is her current master, from what we understand. A happy master at that, if you know what I mean.
Yep.
I suspect you would have found out the arena champion thing as soon as you walked in. There are many fans of her work. You'll see children with red X's when you come inside. Not only was she last year's champion, she was also crowd favorite.
Oh, I know what I need to win now.
Easy
I didn't even know that was a thing.
She fights with a shield and spear. No magic. She takes everyone down that faces her. We don't know why or what exactly holds her, as we don't really see her in chains or bondings. Actually, we didn't know she was a slave that needed to be freed until now.
magic. Guaranteed.
Hmm.
Maybe even a contract. Maybe she's a warlock.
That could be. Though we haven't seen the spells when she fought.
Yeah, some warlocks are so good they don't need spells.
Hurts your
There's
head.
also
Go ahead.
there's no end to the number of mundane ways to keep someone in servitude. Doesn't need to be magic.
Simpler methods are often much easier to manage. And they give you like a, you know some shit, don't ya? Kind of look over to the sickly Starshine.
And just turns his head the other way and leans against the dragonborn.
So Yanti, you said you had another question.
Yes.
Is it worth explaining why you're here to free her? Meta-wise, you
I don't
can't
think so.
actually answer.
Yeah. No. I'd be like, client, it's part of the job, you know. It's just part of the job, right?
Got it. Yes, part of the job. Aha, you know. Our go-to phrase. Gotcha.
Right?
So, we're getting close now. You said you had another question.
Yeah. What do you know of any Grugesh that have been brought here in the last X amount of months? I think it's a few months or maybe a few years.
We don't have any particular tracking of all incoming jungle elves, though we do see some out and about in the city, usually as servants or bodyguards. Some of them being trained as part of the guard of the city itself. We have seen some new faces come through. Is there any specific one you're looking for, or are you in the market to get yourself a Grugesh slave as well?
Looking for one in particular. Her name's Alora. Take a look in the bag.
They look in bag.
Get me what you can for about 300 gold's worth of sellable merchandise. More if you're able.
We might know a way to squeeze even more than 300 out of this. Depends on the
I-
market today.
I thought you might.
I'll see what we can find. And if you hold that envelope, someone will find you.
Nice.
And they just tuck that, like, yep, sounds good to me. So, anything else you look to know? Anything else you can tell us about yourselves? Or why else you're here besides the tournament?
Would I get a geese like slap if I said that our masters are not to be trifled with?
Yeah.
You know, Temple Whisker just interrupted
Like-
with that, like,
That's a little too much.
I just really, really am excited and looking forward to this. I'm a lot simpler than me companions here. I just like to fight. You give me a weapon, I'll figure out how to use it.
That is a word of a champion right there. Good mindset.
Oh, do we be using the things that they be giving us, or are we allowed to bring in our own stuff? Got these fancy axes here. Oh, when they bleed ya, they bleed ya. But would that be fair to the others?
Each team has use of their own items and devices. From what we understand, there are some items that are off limits, though most are free use, and those without items are provided the armaments from the arena.
Now, if we kill somebody, do we get to keep the things that are on them?
No.
Ah,
Everything, every belonging that's left after a round of a fallen team is property of the team's sponsor to do with as they see fit.
That's understandable. So if
Many
I see
folk
something-
don't get to leave the arena, though, even as a corpse.
Hmm.
Ending
Good
up
to
in
be known.
bellies.
And what if they don't have a sponsor?
You do have a sponsor. Everyone has a sponsor.
That's a silly. Yeah.
If you entered the tournament without a sponsor, you would be your own sponsor.
And then if I died, what would my own sponsor who's dead say with the items?
Oh.
Unless you specified what to do with your stuff, it would become part of the arena's wealth.
Fair enough.
Glad to be hearing it. You said ending up in bellies. Are there a bunch of mean beasties that we get to fight too?
You should hope so.
Oh.
The more
Now-
beasties you see, the longer you've lived.
Now, if we beat a beastie, can we keep that? Or do they belong to sponsors too?
Each beast is a slave or owned by someone in the arena. Their
You heard
Their body is to do with. Oh, there goes Two Hands' camera, which is fine because he's last for now. But, yeah, each fallen body is the property of the sponsor, though often the sponsor is the arena itself with the beasties. If there's a particular beast you want to eat that fell, you could always go to the kitchen and request it be cooked for you. It's a common thing.
Excitement. Now, what if we want it alive? Like, to keep?
You can technically try to buy anything you see.
Visible excitement.
You're speaking
now.
of an arena beast, one that you want to keep. If it survived the round and you found a slave broker, they can investigate what it would cost to acquire it.
Two Hands, computer froze. He should be back soon. This could be a good time
Yep.
for a break.
I'm here
was-
on phone, but just letting you know.
Yep, I was going to have us do a break really soon here. That's why I was like, we're almost to the gates. I just wanted to get some of this down because once these guys drop you off, they're going to vamoose.
Yeah, they're gone.
Any other questions you have for them or any other stuff you want to tell them at this point?
At on my end, this is the best chance I've ever had to get a beastie.
Oh,
Dude,
if you want something not from the arena, there are plenty of slaves for sale.
Now, is there a specific place I should be looking for those? Envelope?
You'll see them when you walk in.
E- yeah, that's it for me. I'm good. We vibing.
We're almost there. Are there any other tidbits you'd like to share?
Oh, magic items. Where can I go to get magic items? I want to get something before I go in.
What are you looking to get?
What are you buying,
Well-
stranger?
So I've heard these stories about these cool sorcerer people who can make like double spells or make like silent spells and all that kind of stuff. So I'm looking to maybe find something that might be able to facilitate that.
I can tell you I know the perfect thing that you could buy today.
Oh, what's that?
How much is it worth to you to know?
I can cast a hut that nobody else can come into. So therefore we have an impenetrable shell for 8 hours that we can shoot out of.
She's kind of doing the like, I don't know if that's worth it face.
That's pretty worth it. I mean, with this I could make 2 shells and then think of all the money we could win together because since we're so powerful, you can put all your money on us. I also am a pretty good loot player.
do you guys have any burning questions that could be answered with some spicy information? Anything you guys are dying to know?
No, I just want to find this magical item myself.
Nothing yet for me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
nothing really crazy.
Throw me a couple pieces of gold and we'll call it a deal.
5 gold!
It's
Fine.
not a couple. Oh,
And she reaches back to take your 5 gold.
You're so lucky we're all on the same lizard fuzzy.
And me scrolly dolly here.
What kind of couples did they have where you grew up?
Right. Almost there. That ain't it. Ugh. Where is this? Give me one sec. On a different sheet. That's why I can't find it.
You bet. Welcome back.
There we go. Found it. You're going to want to look for a stand called the Blue Rose Repository. It's written there
Okay.
for you.
And you know information.
They're-
You know that.
They're
How
going
much?
to tell you
Oh.
where it's at, and everything. The prices vary depending on demand and supply, though. You'll be able to find it. Just go through the Carnival Quarter with all the merchant huts. Look for that blue rose sign. You'll see a big blue rose. They're typically clamoring with customers.
So, they're clamoring. Do you know how much those kind of items run? Or do you said it varies, but like if you had to give me an estimate.
It's better if you see it for yourself. I'm afraid.
Well, if I had to go in with a low end price, it's not too low bally, because I don't really know magic items. What would you say?
They ask back at the Blue Dragon board in the Southern tongue yet again. And what I'm going to have me do is a roly-poly here for price. Just give me 1 second. There we go. And there are that. Okay, just give me 1 sec. I think the lowest I've ever seen one of these go for is around 300 gold.
Alright, good to know. Thank you.
Usually much higher, though.
I like
gonna
to think
give,
I'm quite a swindler.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Yeah, cheers.
Whisker boy. Just gonna pat you on the back. Fuzzy Whisker, you swindler. And then I'm just gonna like look at Serena, whatever her name is, on a more serious note. Parting words. Try not to sell us out if you can. We have fought with and against dragons. I advise that you trust us more than the next person that wants information on us. You might profit more in the long run. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
That was a spicy misdirect. Nice.
You know what might help sweeten that pot you just threw our way?
Yeah.
With whom did you fight with and against whom?
I'm just gonna.
You're like, oh, this is mine. Woohoo.
Do you want to be stabbed on the dunes or once we get inside?
Yeah.
No?
I don't plan on answering that question, but I'm just gonna smile.
Yeah. Nah.
Understood.
Now, isn't that worth a lot?
In this particular series of circumstances, yes, it is worth a lot. You'll find. Oh, go ahead.
Just quickly, Serena, I'm sorry. If I had magical items I wanted appraised, would I also have luck at the Blue Rose repository?
There are vendors nearby who can do that. There are many magic shops and spellcasters about charging for spells and spell scrolls. Should be no problem.
Thank you.
Have you thought more about how much it's worth to you to find out about this elf from the colleges?
How does 20 gold strike you?
20 gold. I can give you the rest of their name, or I can give you their area of research.
If I double it, can I have both?
Sure.
Very well.
Very well.
Right. Let me scroll back all the way down.
Great.
One sec. All right, so 40 gold, I think, is what you just offered, correct?
Yep.
All right, so subtract 40, hand it back to her. Their full name is Professor Lindor Thundrake. They were a professor of xenobiology and environmental adaptation. I remember I asked him what it was about. It sounded so interesting. Now you can roll history with advantage.
Woo!
Schmancy. Sorry for making this take longer.
No, this is cool,
Don't
dude.
apologize. I'm
Dig
happy to
into it,
hear
yeah.
you know, wanting to know stuff.
Whew.
21 or 24 if you're being generous.
We'll go with 21. I don't think you're casting guidance while you're dying on this thing. But 21 is plenty. All right. Yeah, I think you'd know all of this. So you remember them. You've seen them and heard of them in the colleges. And yes, it matches up. They do research in that field of xenobiology. Question for you folks. Does everybody here know what xenobiology is?
It would be
I
nice to
just
have it
Googled
defined in the lens of D&D and multiple races that are sentient, you know?
Mhm.
So, like, what's your take on it in D&D here?
Yeah. It's kind of the same thing as you would like that, explorer style research we did here. So he's looking into, unknown or alien life and how things can evolve and be utilized to adapt to different struggles that creatures face. With this, the more alien, strange, and unknown of the research, the better. And that is kind of the gist of it.
Interesting.
Yes. And let's see. Yep. So, he's a high elf. He's got silver hair, piercing, like just vibrant blue eyes. He was a renowned researcher at Fast Peak Academy. And he's kind of known for being a mix of a scholar, an explorer, and a politician, and often goes for very unorthodox means of pursuing their knowledge. Like, tape doesn't even matter because they're not even going through the bureaucracy. They're just they're going to just pave their own way, figure it out their own way, write their own protocols, skipping all
Nice.
conventions kind of a thing.
Cool.
And with a 21, you had heard that they were gearing up for an expedition into the jungle. It's just kind of common knowledge. They're doing like a study abroad, jungle research kind of a thing. But like, yeah, they're a pretty stand-up guy, really just focused on the research and the results kind of a thing. Whatever needs to happen to get it done. I think that's pretty good for a 21.
Yes.
Pretty good.
Cool. Any other quick questions? I think we should take a break soon. I just want to make sure you guys have a chance.
My request is pretty clear to them, right? And that I basically
please don't
gave them
rat us
300
out.
plus.
Please don't rat us
Well,
out
that-
and find me info on Elora.
Cool.
Sounds good. Cool. Show. Let me do last call for interactions with these folk.
I think we're pretty
No
well
interactions
seated.
here, none here.
We're gonna go once. No interaction. Okay, cool. So
Oh,
We gotta know. We gotta.
we gotta know
Sold.
here. Okay.
to the man with a 300 gold briefcase.
And I will give you a set piece when we get back, verbally. But as soon as you guys get to the gate, which is wide open and you can peer in, it is the opposite of the outside. Market, bustling, filled with overpowering smells, shade everywhere, cool, humid but not overly humid air, not too dry, like there's water nearby. It's as busy as a convention in here. It's much busier than this picture depicts. It's shoulders brushing, people pushing past each other, kids getting lost for moments before their folks find them. Like it's really, really packed. And there's all kinds of signage in all sorts of different languages from all around this continent. Most everything has the same kind of Southern dialect that was written on the envelope that you have. I forgot. I don't think that I said it, but I should have. They told you, do not open the envelope, whatever you do.
Okay.
Keep it sealed. Do not open it. Back to what I was describing. And right now you're in a fast-moving line, which is entering the huge archway of this entrance to the city. You can tell just by looking that it looks like this whole section of the city has been kind of spruced up and set up for a Colosseum carnival. So all sorts of shops from all over, they've moved and made stands in this region. They have extra guards walking everywhere. The streets are actually like picked up and clean right here, which is pretty impressive.
Whoa.
And I think that is what we'll leave it at. We'll come back at break, get you in the gate, and move on from there.
Cool.
Now, as far as time of day goes, I think it's afternoon, like 2 or 3 o'clock sounds about right.
Sure.
Let's call it that. 2 o'clock.
Yep.
All right, so let's go on break. You guys are in line, waiting to get into this opulent, ridiculously fancy place with golden spires and towers and like floating magic lanterns and shit. They're just like showing off. Welcome to the Oasis of Hedon. All right, and we will be back
Yeah,
soon.
That was the reaver. I'd try and break into here. See y'all soon.
All right, where's the break screen? There it is.
What's that?
Yeah, I've been waiting for this item for so long.
Mm.
I hope he does not overcharge me. It saves
What
me
item?
from multi-classing into sorcerer to get some meta magic options.
What's the item?
Essentially a substitute for meta magic. I don't really know exactly what the item is. I asked Gats about that like long time ago, and I brought it up again when he was like, "Is there anything you guys are looking for?"
Gotcha.
So I'm actually glad it's finally popped up. I'm like, woohoo!
So, I'm interested in finding out if this xenobiologist guy, if he knows Lavoie. It sounds like they did similar things, or were at least in the same field.
Mm-hmm.
And with him going to the prepping for a journey to the jungle, old Starshine and Giggle Scale, their queries might be entwined.
I got really excited, but then I was sad because I went down and looked in my fridge to grab a snack, and I saw I had cinnamon rolls. And I was like, oh, I want to make these. It's going to take like 30 minutes.
You have an air fryer?
I don't, unfortunately. But my parents do, so I'm going to go steal it.
I made something pretty yummy the other night. So took muffin pan, muffin cups, muffin pan.
Mm-hmm.
Took some cookie dough that I had in the fridge, put it in the bottom of the little muffin tins, in like the little papers, and then took what do you call that? Marshmallow fluff. Mixed it
Oh,
with
yeah,
chocolate
Jiffy
chips.
Fluff.
Yeah, so Jiffy Fluff, mixed it with chocolate chips and crumbled graham crackers, and just made it into like a s'mores mix, and then filled the rest of the cupcake cup with the s'mores mix on top of the cookie dough, and so it just baked into this like cookie dough
Sounds really good.
s'mores sandwich. Yeah,
Sounds incredible.
We
it
had
was pretty sweet.
I didn't get to go to my parents for my birthday because I was studying finals and all that, and so I got to we went and did that tonight, and my dad was like, "What do you want?" And I was like, "Chinese," and he was like, "I'm not making Chinese." I was like, "Oh, okay." But I went with my second favorite, which was chicken parm.
Love a chicken parm.
Good old chicken parm.
I got spoiled at when I worked at Olive Garden because I get free pasta every day, and I get
Yeah.
half off on the menu. So I would just buy the chicken parm sides, and I'd put them on for like $4, and that's what I had for dinner for like 6 months.
Sounds yummy. Oh, and I just see your message about the Welcome to New York. I forget what that song's called.
It's so there's a couple of them, but the one I was referencing, I think, is Miley Cyrus's, where she's like, "Welcome to New York."
I was thinking of like the is it Jay-Z one?
Yeah, Jay-Z and
Oh.
I think it's Rihanna or Beyonce.
Alicia Keys.
Alicia Keys, yeah.
I am terrible. I am so
And-
sorry, Alicia Keys.
And the other one you're thinking of is Taylor Swift, not Miley Cyrus.
Is it really?
I think so. If it's the one I'm thinking of.
Hold on. I could have sworn that was now I gotta
You're
pull
just
it
a
up.
mess. And this isn't even New York. Look at all this sand. This is fantasy Vegas.
A
A city of vice in the middle of the desert. Come on.
Oh my god, it is Taylor Swift. Oh my god, the Swifties are gonna be on me.
I like that walled city not Gen Z, DayZ vibe that we've got going on.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking was super cool.
It makes me want to watch the
World War Z.
second no, not World War Z, the second Maze Runner movie.
Ooh,
Where they're in the
that's a good
desert.
one,
I still
too.
haven't gone through those. You wanted to do that sometime.
I'm
I
only
actually
seen the first one.
I really like the
good.
books. And the movies did them just. I'd say the movies are like a 7 or an 8. They're not quite like.
It's kind of Hunger
Hmm.
Gamesy.
Yeah. So the first one suffered a little because the cast was a little just young. But
And
like the second and
inexperienced.
third one,
Yeah.
yeah, they just it was the cast primary leads were like 12 middle-aged boys. So it just but 2 and 3 are pretty wild. And like the first one's still good. It's just, it's not perfect, They weren't adults acting, and I'm not saying children can't act, but it's definitely a hard thing to do, especially
One
if
thing I
it's,
found out-
if it's your breakthrough movie.
One thing I
I'll say
found
it,
out
children
recently.
can't act.
Yeah.
Yeah. One thing I found out recently about like books adapted is the like Divergent series. I didn't know that they never made the final movie.
Yeah,
I just thought I'd never watched it.
I heard they weren't doing well in the box office because there was
Yeah, the last one just sucked.
Well, everybody was trying to ride the Hunger Games train, and
Yeah, there was a lot of fragmentation in the market.
and people kind of got like just overdone. And then didn't they use like people from Twilight in some of the
What?
in the Maze Runner? Didn't they? I
I don't recognize anyone from Twilight.
thought they used the
Not that I know.
boy.
They may have.
But speaking of Twilight, Robert Pattinson as the Grey Goose in the new Miyazaki movie, 10 out of 10. The only dubbed character that actually seemed like they were trying in a dubbed Miyazaki movie, in this one at least. All the other ones were just kind of like, eh.
I really,
But Robert Pattinson
how
killed
good
it.
is it? I really wanted to see it.
The subbed, 10 out of 10. The dubbed, I'd say like it.
8. Okay. Cool.
Both are worth watching though. They're definitely. I don't know how to explain it, but it's different but the same, but also really good.
I like watching Miyazaki's both ways when I get a chance. I also wish that we'll get back to the game soon. Don't worry, folks. But what really irks me is when they do like 3 different dubs of the same movie. I don't like when they do that because there's always so different. I'm one of those obnoxious, like, how dare Disney redub all the good old Miyazaki movies? They ruined it.
It doesn't happen as much anymore, but like, do you remember like when we were younger, like an anime was starting to become like, they would put it on like Funimation or whatever, and there was like 3 different like English translations of each.
Yeah.
You're like, what is this? Yeah, some of them were just like literally some dude with like a recorder, I'm pretty sure, and he's there's always that really bad one.
I would compare it though as like a combination of like it has like Princess Mononoke vibes, but also Spirited Away vibes, but also My Neighbor Totoro. It's a Miyazaki film, but it's like a combination of Totoro, Princess Mononoke, and Spirited Away, in my opinion.
Well, that's what's so cool about watching those movies evolve is like he recycles and refines. Or at least the studio recycles and refines over and over. Like, what were some of those early ones? Like Castle in the Sky, I think. Like you can see them literally reusing and redoing those characters in later movies, and it's really cool. But we should get back to our game. Unless anybody needs a little more time for their break. I should have used my break wisely. I didn't. I didn't. I ate half a donut instead of my bowl of food that I have next to me.
I can keep talking if you want to eat.
I just took a bite. I'm fine. Let me grab a couple art pieces here that I think I wanted to be here as well. Just take me one sec here. That's the wrong page. One sec. Again, another second. 2 seconds that are going to become minutes. Who knows? There we go. Copy.
A little off topic, but at the same time, still are game related.
Mhm.
With the spell stealing that bards can do, can I take like Eldritch Blast with that, or is it only for leveled spells?
You're talking about like the lore.
Magical secrets?
Yeah, it's usually a specific spell level, right? I thought.
No, it's anything that you can cast from any spell list. That's why I was curious.
Post that in GM request for me to look into later.
Yeah.
And I will take a peek ski at that. Okay. So just take me a minute. Oh, excuse me.
Not that I will, but just more of a curiosity's sake.
Yeah. EB is the best damage cantrip that's ranged for shoresies, at least in my opinion. I love that freaking thing. All right, there's that. And then I'm just going to re-upload these because I don't know where they went. One. And I'm going to take the break veil off. As you guys are coming up, and we'll resume now. As you guys are coming up in line, go ahead and roll me perception check, each of you. And then I want you to tell me kind of what you'd be trying to look at with all of this to look at. What are you trying to discern with your perception?
$25.
Whoa. Got a 17 on my end.
Nice.
So Miki's mainly trying to find pockets and like escape routes if things go down. Miki doesn't like large groups of people, so it's kind of a little overwhelming for him.
Okay, so you're looking for escape routes. Got it.
Or shinies. If anything glints that is like, ooh, hey.
This whole place is glinting, basically. There's so many
Never mind.
shinies for sale. Like
The
It's-
stimulation is over the limit.
there's a lot of shiny things being thrown about for sure. Tumblewhisker, with your 17, what were you trying to figure out?
They said I would see big beasties the moment I walked in.
Mhm.
Where are they at?
They're in the background. There's literally beasties being dragged around. Some of them chained up, some of them being ridden, some of them hauling carts and wagons of folks behind veiled curtains.
Nice.
There's reptilian beasts, there's feline beasts, primarily.
There would be. I'd just be taking notes, honestly. Like,
Yeah.
looking
It's-
at basically the interesting casts of animals that would probably spark my interest or be something that I might get along with, and then what type of cast of, say, a civilian that's tied to, right? Like,
Mhm.
how high tier is this? Like, is this like a crazy caravan guard or like with some pasha?
You see a lot of variance in wealth, but particularly anybody being riding in a cart or wagon, they there's an entourage with them of personal guards of some kind. So you could assume they're pretty darn wealthy. Most of the folks with large cats seem to have an entourage of some kind. There are some traders out there with various lizards, some of them seeming more dangerous than others. The ones that seem like more of pack animals tend to be with more, like tradesman style folk. There's one also very interesting when you're like, oh, what's that one? It's like a centaur but with a camel's body, dragging a cart behind him and actually getting whipped by some grumpy old dude.
That's horribly cursed. All right. And I guess the last little tidbit would be pickpockets.
You just assume they're everywhere.
Exactly. Just
Like,
paying
there
attention
is
to what
one. I'm pretty sure. Yep, yep, there's one.
Yep.
All right.
Me and mine.
Starshine, with your 15, what were you looking for?
I would say anything that sticks out, but I think Starshine is also pretty overstimmy. This is probably the biggest, like, metropolitan area he's ever encountered. So
the colleges are big, but also spread out, right? Like, it's almost like all these chained universities in their own little spots. Nothing. You've never seen a bustling trades quarter like this in your life.
I guess if I could just keep an eye out for anything that looks like a temple or, I guess, like a library.
Okay. There are temple-esque structures in the background for sure. Some of them within the kind of there's a couple of them within the area of the carnival. I'll have to figure out which deities those were, but there were a couple. So you see at least 2 in the distance that you could get to if you push through the crowd for a while. If that makes sense.
Cool.
It's hard to tell what kind of temple or if it's actually a holy place, but there's definitely temple-line structures. And then, God, what are you called? Giggle scale? Yeah, giggle scale with 10. What were you looking for there?
Yep, I rolled a 10. So, very few specific things. First, I'm looking for, do I recognize anyone? That's my first thing. So, starting with the people that would be the most unfortunate to recognize, going to perhaps some of the old squad.
Yep.
And then just going to any known business associates, or people that would recognize. So that's the first thing I'm looking for, and I know what they look like. So it's just a matter of
do you run
I
into
see them or not?
Are they here?
Yeah.
Basically.
Second thing I'm looking for, in absence of anyone that I know, is any Gugesh, anyone that fit the bill. That looks like the person that I'm looking for, or someone that might be in a similar scenario.
Cool. So while you're looking around, you do almost immediately notice the glint of scales of Yanti. There's a couple of them going around. Most of them that you've seen, they do have their hands around some kind of binding on some kind of creature. They're most of the few that you see in here, they're like kind of just trying to get slaves from point A to point B through this crowd, and going in like groups of 2 or 3. I rolled to see if there's anybody that you know or who would probably know you by sight, and you don't see anybody in this first stretch. This nice, beautiful layout they set up for the carnival. So far so clear. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, that's
cool. And Bumbleberry pipes up, "They have sharks for eating."
Yeah,
And sharks.
Bumbleberry!
Sharks we shall eat.
She's just pointing, like, there. And sure enough, hanging, there's these tiger sharks and other sharks hung up by their tail, up high in the market, dangling, and they're just like cutting hunks of meat off.
Shall we grab a shark, grab some fins, and have a quick chat, all of us, real quick? Go over why we're here, what we need, make sure that we're all aligned in the event that we get separated.
Do you want to do some quick party check-in before you get to your spot in the line and enter the city? You're getting up close to where the guards are gonna, just like, who are you? They're you see them addressing. It's pretty brief and relaxed. Like nobody's like, "Rah!" They're all just like, spears at rest.
I actually want to ask Amldas something, but before I do, so everyone, we have a couple things that we've established that we need information on. What's in the kitchen? Our target is in the kitchen. It sounds like that we can go inside the kitchen. We should scope that out, understand where the prize is and how it's guarded and what our exit plan is. We should consider getting some information or getting to know or observe this Pasha that holds our prisoner hostage. These creatures are pretty vile from the limited information that I know about them, but I think I might be able to get their attention and perhaps pique their interest in a way that is unique if we have to interact with this Lamia.
And you would know, given your history, there are many types of Lamia. It can be snakes, cats, really anything. There's scorpion Lamia, crab Lamia. In fact, some people are like, "Where does a centaur start, and when does that turn into a? Why do we call them centaurs if they're equine, and everything else is a lamia?" Anyways,
That's pretty great.
and that just giving you that you would know off the cuff essentially. And they described the type of lamia they described was a feline one.
Cool. Kitty cat.
Yeah.
All right. And the other thing, it sounds like we need some more information on Professor Lenore Thundrake. Star, whatever your name is, Starshine. I think that our queries may be closer than either you or I realize. I'm interested to see what your 40 gold and my 300 gold turn up, but until then, perhaps we can learn more. Get some information on where this person might be. And I wonder if they knew Lavoy. It might be a social in, or at least be able to speak to someone that we knew that was in this expertise, along with your extensive education on many of the topics that would be interesting to this person. And just as a reminder, we're looking for a jar of sealed spices with a croaking sealed crate in the main kitchen. And, of course, we know about the jar of mead. But the kiss from the unmarried noble is pretty self-explanatory. However, there's one piece of information that I'm not certain about, and Amlodas, perhaps you can give me some reassurance before we put our lives on the line yet again. We are in an unfamiliar territory. There are many risks that any of us that have unique attributes or abilities could disappear at any time. For the worse. You will have to trust me on this. I think it's important that we are transparent with each other. Amlodas.
Yeah?
I've been doing a lot of thinking lately. And perhaps I'm wrong. Perhaps
Wait,
I'm completely off base.
Before you tell me how you feel, is now a good time?
It is a good time. Perhaps you should
And
listen.
she glances over at Fuzzy Whisker, because
Yeah,
this is
Fuzzy
exactly
Whisker.
how they let up.
Yeah. It's pretty great, isn't it?
And she
So-
does this like stiffened pose. Just
Yeah. You speak Draconic. You and your family have a problematic relationship with gold. Your culture incorporates life bonds. You can transform into other creatures, but not like a druid, it seems. You're surprisingly strong. And you were most upset out of all of us when the dragon in disguise ignored you. You like pearls. You like gold. You don't want to like gold. Somebody told you not to like gold, but you do. You like to eat alpha predators, like sharks. Omlodas, are you a dragon? I'm being serious. Because if you are, you should probably let us know before we walk into this city.
roll me a persuasion check real quick. Given all of those very pointed circumstantial circumstances.
At best, Your Honor.
It's a 15.
Okay. So there's no visible, just like there's no visible reaction. It's just pure curiosity exuding from Bumbleberry at present. You suspect that I am a dragon?
I do. Strongly now. And you've dodged the question before. You have dodged the question before. I just raise a hand up to Mickey. I'm like, and it is time to come clean. All you have to do is tell me the truth.
Dragon, bro. Nah.
I've
And it
already
shouldn't be
brought this
hard.
up with her, though. Like, we talked, and, like, we looked at each other, we thought about it. She's definitely not a dragon. She's just a super cool, like, gnome halfling. Are you a gnome
Mickey,
or a halfling?
I'm not asking you, Mickey. I'm asking Omnidas. Or Bumbleberry.
Of course, Your Honor.
And do you guys think I'm a dragon too? Looks over at Tumble Whiskers and Starshine. With Starshine, you feel so much better. Like, your exhaustion still exists, but, like, it's almost like there's air conditioning. Like,
Still pale and clammy, but not actively wet anymore.
yeah, you just, like, oh, okay. I can live.
Well, he does make some compelling arguments, Bumbleberry.
Oh. And Tumble Whisker, do you think I'm a dragon too?
Hmm. I don't. You're certainly peculiar, but no. Don't be thinking you're a dragon.
We should be clear, no matter what you are a friend first.
That's
That part goes
Exactly.
without being said. I just need to know. It's important. If it wasn't important, I would ignore it like I have up until now.
She's raspberry.
All you have to do is answer the question.
She's just raspberry.
It shouldn't be that hard.
Kicking sand. It's like
I've got her. I'm just
You
waiting
have
for
her.
her to accept
Yeah,
that.
you definitely have her. She's kicking rocks, like raspberry, looking at the ground. What will
So,
you do
is
with
it
the
a-
information either way?
Nothing. Nothing at all. Maybe protect you more, knowing the truth. If I had to guess, I'd say it's a moon.
Moon?
Moon dragons are a thing?
That's no, I'd say it would be close. Well, I don't know much about where you grew up, though.
I don't either.
Just put her. She's the focus of attention. Let's just pop her right up there.
Yeah,
Yeah. Or perhaps from the depths. But
She actually did describe that she grew up on rocky shores and
yeah.
all that.
If you grew up on shores, you have a penchant for eating sharks. Believe it was. I don't think it was the brass ones, but probably
Emerald.
not quite. I'm less familiar with the gem drakes.
We kind of
so-
established that Tumble Whisker, you have a background in reading Dragon's Kids books, so you would
all of them.
probably
I've
know.
not rolled
Yeah,
below an 18.
yeah. Go ahead and roll me a history, or no, sorry, a nature with advantage.
Happily, thank you.
Natural.
Given all of the.
Oh my god.
Oh,
That's just,
Well,
Say, what did you roll?
I rolled a 4. Get this, and a 4. Only 4s. Only 4s. Yeah, it's whatever.
It's
You'll see
fine.
dragon humans.
Yep.
Nah, it's mostly just I'll hand it off. I'm like half listening to the conversation, looking at this bizarre.
Okay.
Darn. Oh well.
Dragon.
Well, Omnal, if you're a dragon, what are you dragging around?
Anybody hear her mutter very quietly?
we missed it.
I'm a dragon.
Mm.
Yeah.
Then what are you dragging?
My feet.
Obviously. GM, was that snow? Is that what I heard?
She muttered very quietly, "I'm a dragon."
I am a dragon. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm glad that you joined the conversation. Welcome to the party. Like, nothing has changed. I needed to know. I'd like to think that I do what I can to protect our group, and you are a part of our group. And this changes nothing. It doesn't matter what you are. Who you are matters to me.
She can't look at anybody in the eye right now, by the way. She's just down. But
Oh.
she's listening to you, but she just can't eye contact.
Can I go purchase a piece of like that shark and bring it over to her?
Eventually,
That's a great
once you get
idea.
into the city, yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which will get you there very soon. You'll have just a quick NPC interaction. But
Tell me how you're feeling, Omnidos. Bumbleberry.
Bumbleberry. There you go.
Bumbleberry. Uncomfortable.
Why do you feel uncomfortable?
because no one's supposed to know.
Okay.
And apparently I'm not very good at hiding it. And I thought you would be the last person to bring this up because last time, when Fuzzy Whiskers almost caught me, you were so adamant that I was not, and you completely derailed his inquisition, which was great.
It was, wasn't it?
I love that I called that so early on.
Yeah.
Yeah, you did. You did. I'm like, no. There's no way. There's.
Wait,
From the
I'm
start,
sorry.
they have
I,
been, by the way. From the start. I was the one who swooped in. I was the cat.
Oh, you were the cat? There
Did you
was
get
no
that
way a
button?
cat of that size could have knocked me in the ass.
Okay.
I knew it.
Now, color me surprised. Color me any color other than green.
Wait, is your leg okay?
What do you mean?
You were the cat.
He was stuck in the bear trap.
Nasty
Oh,
trap.
yeah, that didn't hurt. It was fine.
Did you get our booze from the bird? Lavoie's bird?
Yeah,
Good question.
I gave
Was
it
it
to...
good?
I don't know. I gave it to Aramloth.
Oh.
So, what is your actual relationship with Aramloth?
She has a relationship with our clan. Noldris' clan of dragons.
Hmm.
An old one. And
So-
she agreed to take me in. And then she kicked me out.
Well, she's a feisty one. Always work with her, you know?
So, can you only turn into things you know? Or have you just been like trying to like keep yourself underpowered so that we wouldn't get suspicious?
Perhaps, maybe she shouldn't answer that question. Perhaps
I just wanted to know if you could turn into a mammoth.
Come to
for
think
her
of it,
protection.
I do realize Bronze do hunt primarily on the rocky coasts and have a penchant for water. They
Hmm.
do very much, from what I've read, of course, enjoy things that are related to water. Deep sea treasures, pearls, and the like. It makes sense you'd have a taste for shark. Are there any other things that you've had that come close? Or is shark, is that really what brings you back?
Shark and those evil shark people taste about the same. I think sanguines, they're called.
Ah,
They're the only humanoids I'll eat.
How old are you?
I'm not answering that.
Hmm.
And you
never
shouldn't
ask a lady her age.
Never ask a dragon their age.
Hmm.
Oh,
Well, it's good to be knowing you more closely, and yeah,
If I could cast a geas, I would put it on all of you. I
I'm
thought
sure
I
you
did
would.
it to myself. And she just kicks more rocks.
yeah.
Pretty great. So let's make a pact then. All of us here. We shouldn't talk about this again. We have no need to talk about this again. Bumbleberry is Bumbleberry. That is all that matters. She is a part of us. She is a part of our crew. She is family. And we will protect her as family as she has protected us as family.
She's sniffing.
can we make it a blood pact so that we're all really family and then we have each other's blood?
I mean, I don't think it's necessary.
I think it would
Probably
be
shouldn't share
more
blood when you
bonding
don't have to.
with
Is
each
it?
other, though.
Why?
I'm not doing that.
Okay.
I've read enough today, I'd rather not. Now,
Maybe later.
that whole accepting Bumbleberry's Bumbleberry, does that count for me too?
What do you mean? Why wouldn't it?
Well, we're asking pointed questions about what folk are, and I don't really be knowing for myself. I
What
wish
do you
I
mean?
I don't know what I am.
I call bullshit. What are you? Tell us. What are you afraid to tell us?
Oh, that's a long list. To make it short, I really don't know. Can't grow hair. Not quite short enough to be a dwarf. Don't have the hair to be a dwarf. Not quite tall enough or hairy enough to be a human. Not quite eloquent enough to be an elf. Don't have the skin color of a tiefling. No scales, so I'm not a Yuan-ti. Don't have the ears, can't be a proper elf. Or even a half-elf. Where does that leave me?
I mean, who was
What
your
do you
mother
want
and who
to
was your
be?
father? Were they dwarves?
I
Were
don't
they men?
know. I
don't
don't know anymore. I know who
Rune,
raised me and what they told me.
Hmm. I
what
see.
do you want to be?
Oh,
I think she wants to be a dwarf. Given
Does she?
the fake beard.
me pa wanted me to be a dwarf. Never could
Is that
for him.
what you wanted, though?
Just wanted him to say he was proud of me or to recognize how much I did for him. It'll
And to bask in the comfort of a shared identity and a shared purpose. I can understand this.
How many times did they tell you that?
twice.
That's good.
Nods, yep.
Just looking down, pursed lip nodding.
Hmm.
And it's almost your guys' turn in line.
Yeah.
Any other
Rune?
stuff?
Yeah, I do. Not Rune.
Hello,
Whiskers.
Whiskers.
You're some type of whisker. Some
Yeah.
type of whisker.
The type that falls off and tumble whisker.
Do you agree that, with what I said, that perhaps you wanted to have that shared bond of likeness with the goal of them possibly accepting you? You wanted that acceptance. We all do, right?
Aye.
Well, look around. We know that we have 5 of us here, each from very different walks of life. Each very different people, some more different than others, motioning at a couple of us, motioning at all of us, actually. And we're family.
Chainbreakers.
We accept you. I accept you. No matter what you are, whether you're a manling or a dwarf or an elf, and it doesn't matter to me. You have my approval. You don't need my approval. You have my respect. You don't need it, but you have it. And it's not based on whether or not you have a beard. It's based on your heart. And I think that's what should matter.
And to piggyback off that, you don't have to be a dwarf or a human or an elf or any of that. You know why? Because you're a tumble whisker. You're the only one of your kind. The original.
The OGTW.
Please stand up.
Well, I was trying to make a name for myself when I picked out.
And you have. Us half-breed chain breakers, we are known to the information networks hundreds of miles away. I want you to let that simmer.
Oh,
Chainbreakers.
And if it also makes you feel better,
yeah.
Who said that?
I'm only a half drow.
Who
Oh,
said that?
yeah.
Was let me set the scene here, and 2 quick things. I'm gonna push this along if you guys don't mind. Alnodaz kind of mutters to herself, loud enough for you guys to hear, like, I miss Squib and Stuzzy. I wish they were here to hear all this.
Oh,
And as you guys get close, you're noticing there's a lot of guards and security here. But what's interesting is every single one of them seems to be adorned differently. Like, everyone guarding this gate is privately hired and equipped. There's folks in bright cyan garb with gold painted accented armor. You've got other folk in more plain and blue, but they've got enchanted swords and things. You have these beautifully opulent elven archers at the ready on the high points. And in the shadows, not as open, but there if you want to see what's looking at everyone. These very tall, red-skinned, flaming folk wearing this opulent, bright red and gold armor.
oh,
And
Cool.
most of them wielding shields and massive, glowing red-hot swords. There's
Love it.
also other folk guarding more opulent doors. These blue, again, rather large humanoids floating on these wisps of mist and smoke. Blue-skinned, wide-eyed. And as you come up, it's actually this woman with flaming red scimitar, which she just has out mainly to show off. She's not threatening anyone with it. She's just holding it. She's going.
Can I have some ketchup, dear lady, from your purse?
Oh no!
Her health potion purse? Chainbreakers. You've heard of them?
Yeah, I have. How about you?
Oh yeah, they're really popular in the city. Though there's not too many for sale left. I heard the blacksmith got in trouble for it. Now she's stuck in the forge, making everything but chainbreakers.
Mm.
Shaska, what's a chain?
And if we were looking to acquire one, bit of extra gold.
Oh yeah, they are magic. I think there's a couple floating around the market today, though. It's kind of an everything's for sale during the carnival. Even things that are illegal to own in Desolera.
How much for a name?
I don't know her name, but there are folks around who do. I think she's a human, a strong-looking one. She's just like,
nice. Yeah. An appreciative nod.
Anyways, welcome to Desolera. What is your business? Are you all together? Gesturing to the... I know you're in this little pocket of 5, so...
We're just here to win your arena tournament, obviously.
You're a little late to be entering the tournament. They already picked the teams and have everybody here.
Yep. They do now.
You're the last team? You're arriving now?
Aye.
She like
still
kind
have
of
a day.
pulls you guys aside. Like, hold on.
Yeah.
Keep the line moving, and just kind of like a little pocket around the inside of the wall, like where no one's standing. But you can see the shadows along the wall. This very tall... By the way, if you want to roll a nature, you can.
I want to, just because I'll be staring.
Very tall, like, 9 feet.
A natural 1. Staring.
10.
Okay.
God damn!
Okay. You're getting... Oh gosh, what did I call her? What did I call that bronze dragon lady? Thaz?
Thaz.
You're getting Thaz recall over there with your natural 1, Tumblewhisker. This has to be like a red dragon. Shapeshifted. Guaranteed.
Rune is still over here just like, crush me.
Can you pop the image up again? I think I missed it.
Yeah, I'll pop it up for you. Right there.
Got shot.
Okay.
Getting that Thaz vibe.
Big lady.
It's just 9 foot tall, super muscular woman holding this flaming, serrated, ridiculous cleaver scimitar and a shield taller than most humans with pointed blades all over it, and all of this opulent armor. And her blade is so hot it's smoking. So yes, she's obviously Red Dragon, Tumblewhisker. A 10 out of 9 is not high enough to figure out exactly what she is. She's tall, strong,
are we all rolling?
and spooky. If you want to, yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to roll. Cool.
Nature.
11.
That ain't 13 either.
The highest of the group.
Needed a 13, everyone, on the dot.
It do be like that sometimes.
Spooky. At least you guys can all tell there's an emanation of just doom if you mess with them. So
good.
She just does a little glance and then goes back to looking into the crowd, realizing it's not actually danger to their left, according to them.
Okay.
Rob swears up.
You gonna take that?
Thaz vibes yet again. Now, so you need to check in at the arena and get your... You need to get in there. You need to go to the arena right now and check in Make sure that they know that you're here, because everyone's been told you already are and have been for weeks. Do you understand? In fact, I'm going to order you not to tell anyone that you just got here.
Is it bad that we just got here?
Who cares?
We're here to do some trading on the night of the festival.
Many folk
I have a
care.
feeling
Many
they
folk care.
I'm sure bets are already placed, aren't they?
Most. Yes.
Yeah.
So, please at least let them know you're here, if you just got here. And as arena contestants, as you are, I am just reminding you of your role here. Since you've already checked in at the arena, you should know that you are not allowed to leave the city until the event ends, unless you would like to forfeit your position in the tournament. There will be no refunds to your sponsor.
And what about the arena itself? In between games, are we allowed to ponder the city and the markets?
The entirety of the carnival sectioned off is open to you. All of the shops, all of the pleasures.
Is the Blue Rose boutique in that section?
Down that way, you'll pass the arena. Make sure you do. Follow that for quite a ways, and you'll hear cries of desperation around a corner to the right.
But it's a part of the festival area?
They have a stall.
Okay, great.
Unfortunately,
And what pasta do you serve?
God, let me go find one.
If you don't know, it's just
No, I
curious.
just had to
if it
scroll
was-
down real quick. There you go. There he is. Pasha Benin Kadi, a very rich female elf professional. She plays the most beautiful music in the city. May or may not be true. May or may not have to say that.
Yeah, I am legally obligated.
And yep. Okay. If you should glimpse her, you'll notice she has the most beautiful copper hair and the darkest brown eyes. Her sun-kissed skin is accented only by modest but fine garments, and she always has a huge holy symbol dangling from her neck. We'll determine deity later, but that is what that is. Cool.
I see.
So, the rules are clear. If you leave, you forfeit.
Aye.
If you exit the carnival region, you forfeit. You should have access to anywhere in the arena you should be, and the entirety of the carnival.
Thank you for the information. I appreciate it.
All right. Enjoy Desolera. Good luck. Really enjoy Desolera. And she gives you guys the nod and gives the other guards the nod that you guys are good to go.
Cool.
So we should
brain dead
check in
me.
immediately,
She would
right?
have asked your guys'
No.
names. I forgot about that. What are your? That would have been like the first thing she asked. Sorry, I'm getting a little tired.
Double
Names.
list. Sorry.
Yep. Do you guys just give her your normal name? The
Yep.
Fey given names.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Fey names.
Same with
No
you,
Russian.
Starshine.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. All right. So they get your Fey names, and you guys are now free to start exploring this kind of ridiculous, bizarre carnival setup they have going on here. Give me 1 second here. I have.
What do you think's up with these chain breakers? Sounds like we should probably have one.
What's a chain breaker?
It's apparently some type of magical device that can break chains or possibly bonds. I have a feeling it does more than just that.
So, what I've done for you guys, I've made a collage. Because there's just so much going on in this city. I wanted you guys to be able to bounce around as much as you'd like, and also get a sense of how overwhelming this place is all at the same time. So, as you guys are coming in,
Goodbye.
come back there,
Is he-
Tumble Whiskey. Let me explain. Okay. So again, as I described before, your senses are all just being bombarded. Every single one of them. Sounds you've never heard before, smells, tastes on the wind, temperature fluctuations are annoying. There's elementals and ganasis walking around. Like you brush shoulders with someone, you're like, oh, geez, that was cold. And you brush shoulders with them, like, oh, what the? You burned my shoulder. Like there's, it is ridiculous. I need everyone to roll me a wisdom save
Okay.
and a charisma save.
Cool.
Oh, no.
Is this a magical effect or just ooh, you're shocked?
Wisdom
You'll
8,
find out.
charisma 14.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Should I roll it straight?
Yes.
Okay.
I like how you
5
nat
and 20.
1 Belanos on your wisdom save, and you still got higher than me.
Yeah. So nat 1 wisdom, 7 charisma.
Okay.
9 wisdom and 24 charisma.
5 wisdom, 20 charisma.
This is really interesting. Okay. So everybody rolled really low wisdom, which is great. Especially with Starshine. So as soon as you like take a couple steps in from that gate, that kind of feeling of desecration fades. But there's this, how would I describe it? You start feeling kind of hungry for everything that you want.
Oh.
You're starting to feel this pang of hedonism as you
avarice.
enter the city. Yes.
Good. Curses.
Debauchery sounds great. All of your darkest wishes and desires, you're not being forced to pursue them or anything, but they are elevated in your mind to
Nice.
close to the front. Ready should you want them. Starshine, this might be the first time something has brought those feelings up, and it might even be the first time your brain is trying to figure out what those feelings might be. I don't know your character that well, though, so you tell me. This is a wave of, honestly, kind of evil hedonism that is just fueling your psychology right now. What happens in Starshine's mind? You don't have to tell me what's coming to his mind, but what is happening to him in his head?
I think because he's lived a pretty austere existence for most of what he remembers of his life, growing up in a cloister, basically.
Yeah.
And then, his first taste of civilization was some trading outpost in, the middle of bumfuck nowhere. And now he's surrounded by just anything you could ever want and anything you could think of, and many things that he never would have even thought of. So I think he's just
got the internet for the first day.
Yes.
No.
Exactly.
You're discovering your kinks in real time.
Oh, what's that? Let's go over there.
And with the charisma, that's going to be your hold on your own steering wheel. That's your operating your brain, your ability to resist your pangs. The DC was 13. So everybody is able to resist. Most of all, Giggle Scale, you're like, whatever. I've seen worse. And same with you, Fuzzy Whisker. You're like, I've seen people destroy themselves with things. I know what not to do and what to do, right? And Tumble Whisker, you're hanging on. You're like, oh,
Yeah.
oh, this food. There's all these people. There's thousands of random food stalls. There isn't one meal you saw first. There was like 50. Just new food you've never seen all at the same time, but you've got it together. I'm gonna say with that nat 1 followed by a 7 charisma save. Roll me a d6 there, Starshine.
2.
Roll me a d20.
11.
Right. Wrong sheet. Dang it. Scrolled all the way up like, no. Okay, so give me one moment here. Did I do it again? Okay, so it's here. You rolled an 11. That's perfect. It actually lands on something that would attract you. So you just get completely overwhelmed, Starshine, and eventually, like, this noise of everything focuses in on one thing, and it's a symbol of medicine, a medicine store, a medical store. They're selling rare and exotic medications. And you just kind of start drifting slightly away from the entrance to the Colosseum and are meandering towards this stall. That's happening. You guys can stop him. You can knock him out of it. He's not totally entranced, but it's kind of like, oh, what is that? I want a closer look. Is that fair to do? Feel fine?
I think so.
Cool. So he's drifting away from where you guys were about to walk in. What do?
Why don't I think we should follow him.
Cool.
Yeah.
Everybody on board?
Might be something interesting in there.
Alrighty.
And if we need to snap him out, we can snap him out. But his coin is his coin, and he's been very tight with that. And, you know?
I also want to see where this goes.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I've been very tight with my coin, except for all those times I paid for Rune stuff.
Begrudgingly.
Rune might ask you to pay for something in this store too. Like, oh, that could be really good.
Mm,
You should
Cool.
probably get that for yourself.
So as you're pushing through this bustling crowd, you finally find a gap where you all can squeeze up to get close enough to get a better look at this place. And inside, there's a high elf woman, and you hear her say her name when a few people ask, Diana Caldera. And all of the merchandise, there's medical kits, medicine, clearly narcotics, like there's all kinds of stuff. Everything in there has a brand on it on the exterior, and it's written in common.
Nice.
It's Tyrell Corp. And she's selling everything in this tent stall, which has no branding on it besides the medical symbol. Just selling them like hotcakes. This choo, 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 choo. Everything must go now. And it's all very cheap. My question is there
Interesting.
anything you guys would be trying to buy? Medicines, narcotics, medical kits, healing potions, stuff like this.
I think healing potions are always good.
She's selling them for 20
It's
gold
true.
each.
What? That's not legal. No.
No. These clearly marked Tyrell Corp health potions.
Oh yeah.
Do they work?
You hear people ask. Somebody even asked in comment, "Are these are guaranteed Tyrell products? Don't ask where they came from. Just know that I got them. Gold or no gold. Just
Yeah.
the clues
No
are
kidding,
obvious."
Yeah. We just secured the truck yesterday.
Yep.
Ah,
The whole
quite.
truck. Action.
Yeah, the truck. Yeah. Oh, that's pretty good.
All right.
Nice.
I'm interested. I don't think I have enough gold to make it work. So, but that's all right.
You
How much
guys got paid quite a bit.
Yeah, how much gold did you bring to Ants?
I only have 14 written down on my character sheet and a bunch of silver.
I don't think
Well,
you've
some
kept up
silver.
with Tumblewhisker's
Yeah, I've been
distributions.
periodically telling you to put gold on your character sheet. You should have hundreds.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
should. I agree.
What does everybody have, real quick? For gold.
I have 26 platinum, 394 gold, 2,207 silver, 700 copper.
I'm shockingly similar.
Same.
Same?
Yeah, we have a fucking lot.
I did pay
Whichever
for some of the
person-
stuff that we got set up in Nova, but
but not that much.
not that much.
Going back
Which one of you has the lowest amount of gold? We're just going to do gold straight. How much gold do you got, Ren?
394.
331.
363.
You have 325 gold
Nice.
All right.
added to whatever you had. There's probably more bits and baubles, but we'll
Just walk to the store. Your coin purse loads in.
let's
Yeah.
just say you left the lighter stuff on the wagon if it still exists. We'll figure it out later. Sound good?
Makes sense.
I can help
Sure.
get sorted.
So yeah, you guys have. I was gonna say you should have 300 to 400 gold or more each. So if I remembered right, plus a lot of things you could trade. I don't remember exactly what you have on your person. You guys know that. That's why I asked ahead of time.
Yep.
Just so we can move on or not. Anybody trying to buy things from this woman?
Heck yeah, I'm gonna buy 1 health potion, 1 healer's kit.
Okay. Healer's
How much
kit.
for the healer's kit?
They're normally 5 gold. They're 1 gold here.
That's alarming.
I think they're 5 gold. Are they 5 gold or 5 silver?
They should be.
I think they were 5 gold, but let me Google it real quick. Start
can we
typing in
go
the
to
chat what you guys want.
Blue Rose Boutique after we finish at this shop, guys?
We don't have blue
Okay.
roses here. They're down that way and around the corner.
Okay. Thank you, weird lady.
I'm over here like, I didn't even know I needed all these healer's kits.
Yeah,
Me
5
at
gold
any
normally.
con where I'm buying
So-
art.
It's you shout. Is that what you say?
Yeah.
2 for 30.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
I know I can sell for 20.
Yeah.
And someone's like, I want 3.
Okay.
Let's just say fine 35.
Whatever. And she's
Yeah.
she'll take that. All right. So okay. So 22 GP from Tumble Whiskers and 35 GP from Giggle Scale. And then Starshine, you wanted to buy quote medicine. Are you want like a mixed bag, a medical kit? Are you looking for narcotics? Like what are you trying to get? Imagine somebody raided a hospital's drug room, which is probably what this is, and anything you want.
Do you have anything for relaxation?
Oh boy, do we. And
You ever tried opium?
yeah, she
I would just love to get out of my own head sometimes.
she grabs a couple of things. How much you want to spend?
Oh, 20 gold?
She puts one of them back.
Well-
You can inject this or eat it. You can swallow these. Or you can smoke this. And she just gives you like a little baggie of opium and poppy and something you've never seen before.
I'll take the thing I've never seen before.
No, she gave them all
I
to you
think-
for the gold.
Oh, great.
It's your
Fabulous.
goodie bag.
Another one. Oh, a goodie
Even
bag.
better.
Great.
I'm going to like gently rest my hand on Starshine's shoulder and be like, Starshine, these substances can hurt your mind and can hurt your ability to clearly concentrate on your studies and on your goals. I am not your father. Is this something that you want? Is this a choice you want to make? Sometimes there's no going back from these choices.
What a party pooper.
I'm not a party pooper.
I would like to assure you that I don't actually want these for recreation.
Okay. And even if you did, I wouldn't stop you. I just wanted you to know the information, as a scholar would.
I appreciate that.
Anything you're trying to get there, Fuzzy Whisker, from this particular shop?
Nah, this lady sketches the hell out of me. I think that health potion's probably diluted as shit and is only 1d4, and I don't think it's worth my money. Plus, I'm saving everything until I at least look at the item I want.
Ouch. Okay,
I-
so with what you just posted, I think that's great. and then just take that gold down to 325, or
Perfect.
with the addition. So
I had written out how to do the splits on our loot
so
doc.
Giggle Scale, there's amount that they just posted in the chat. So add 25 platinum, 2200 silver, and 725 copper to your monies as well, Mr. Giggles. Alrighty. So you guys can either check in at the arena, or you can go and fight your way over to the Blue Rose. What are you guys doing?
Can we do that first? Since we're going to be ending session maybe soon, I'd rather just go do that real quick while it's on my mind.
You said
Blue
that
Rose?
twice. I don't know
The
what that
Blue
is.
Rose. Blue Rose.
Got it.
Everybody fine with that? We're gonna
Yep,
end
yeah.
soon. Yep. Okay.
Yes.
So you guys push your way through over to the Blue Rose. On your way over there, you did get stopped for one moment, and there was an argument that was sparking up ahead of you guys. Then the crowd got real tight for a second. You heard some clashing of metal and some shine of sparks, and then a death rattle.
Ooh.
And then everybody started meandering again as they were dragged to the side.
Nice.
There was one person who like muttered to you guys, "He's a human. He looks like he's not from around here too." And saw your guys' garb, not from around here too. Ah, what a waste. They could have gone on the blood pits and we would have got some money out of it. Anyways, you guys make your way. That's the wrong one. Oh, and I got one other thing we gotta do.
And over here, illegal gambling.
All right. So, you finally find your way around, and it is an interesting sight. There's one of the nicer tents kind of things that have been put up here. It's not actually made of fabric, it's reinforced wood and metal around this particular stop. There are lots of very rich people, lots of very poor people coming in and out. Some of the poor people are being thrown out and kicked, groveling, begging, not looking so good. And written in many languages all over this building, Blue Rose, Blue Rose, Blue Rose, they all have the same Blue Rose emblem exactly on all of the signs.
Oh, I thought I was going to say all sales are final.
No, just Blue Rose. And as you get closer and you can see in through the, the iron-bound cross windows that they have, there's just one small door to get in. They have all of these jars filled with blue roses. They have other jars and things mixed. You can see blue rose puddles mixed in various colors, pastes of sorts. And there are lots of folk begging and pleading to please, just anything. I'll do anything, get me more. And they're just being shooed away. And everybody with money is getting service.
Ooh.
I have money.
You see one of the folk behind the counter, and there's like 10 people working in here. They're going quick.
Big staff.
Get in here,
How to
bud.
get attention.
Just... And
I'll walk up to him.
yep, you walk in, and just as described, there's all sorts of jars. All right, how do you like it?
What?
You're here for
I
the
have
Blue
no idea
Rose,
what you
right?
sell here. No, I have no idea what you sell here.
Oh, you've never heard of the Blue Rose? You just followed the crowd, didn't you? Smart one. All right, so
Yeah.
the Blue Rose, it's a wondrous, wondrous flower. The petals of the cerulean blue flower can be prepared into a compote, or you can just eat them how they are. They enhance your magical abilities. You can eat up to 3 of at a time, and you will gain the benefit of eating each dose. Don't do more than 3, though. It's not going to help you. It's just going to make you feel worse tomorrow or longer. And yeah, they do stuff like certain magical, particularly effective with the Abjuration School, will make your spells more powerful. Also, spells with more powerful effects when cast at a higher level with more power into them. It's almost like you boost it by 2 instead of 1. Also, if you want, you can affect one of the spells with sorceress magic even if you're not a sorcerer, the things that people have found most effective is heightened, quickened, or subtle.
Okay. Any like twinned options?
Yeah, we have twinned.
Okay.
you a little
How many
extra,
petals
though.
come on a rose?
1 rose makes 3 doses.
How much is 1 rose?
Just the rose by itself, or do you know how to prepare it?
Nope.
You're gonna want a compote. Also, we have some that do have the twinning option. Let me get back here and check our stock, and then I'll be right back.
I'm just eating a rose.
And he like goes and checks some
Wait.
ledgers and checks in with someone who seems
Okay,
like a
while
manager.
he's doing that,
Yeah.
can I like look around? Who looks like they've probably done this a couple times that isn't working here?
Everyone in the room on your side of the
The
counter.
crack addicts.
Okay, so I'm gonna poke the
outside.
guy next to me. I'm gonna say, "Do you need it in a compote, or can you just eat it raw?"
You
Is he
can eat
trying
it.
to upcharge?
You can eat it raw, but like it's kind of a It's not the best way to do it. Man.
Do you know how to do it?
Yeah, I mean, you get the compote, and
No. How do you make the compote?
oh, I haven't got it down. I know you cook it with like water and sugar and some spices. I haven't done it well myself. I just buy the compote. I know a few guys who are into it. They make their own, but it's never as good as what you can buy here.
Microbrew.
Okay.
Right? This guy's over here like, I've tried edibles a few times. I basically make my own. No.
Are you new to it?
No, it's not exactly what I was looking for, so I'm probably not gonna buy it. But I just want to like lead this guy on because I think it'd be funny.
All right. That's kind of weird. They're might gonna get mad at you.
Not my problem. It's my money.
Yeah. Tell you what, though, man, I love this stuff. Every time I need to use magic more than I otherwise would need to, or do anything kind of competitive or dangerous, is nothing like having your magic boosted 3-fold.
No, yeah, that sounds like an addiction, but okay.
I mean, I don't think it's addictive.
I can stop anytime.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm gonna just leave
Just getting out of here.
before he comes back. It's not the exact thing I was looking for, and I'm not willing to. It's not worth my money.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I don't really.
Don't
need
you want
it
to
that
hear the
bad.
price first? Like, as a player, don't
No.
you want to hear the price first, just in case?
Okay, I'll wait for the price, please.
All right, buddy, we got some in stock. How much were you looking to get today?
How much are you looking to sell for 3 doses?
3 doses of one of the compotes with guaranteed twinning options if you so choose it. Let me see here. I had rolled
Gives
that
me like
earlier.
super buying a PC at a PC shop kind of thing.
That's what I'm
Like,
trying to
yeah,
do.
man. So we got the upper level here. I'm gonna upcharge you 20 times for this.
Actually, good news, man. We got more flowers with this last batch than we were planning. I can sell you 1 compote, which has 3 doses. Again, you can stack them or not. 320 gold. 1 compote.
That's a very interesting price. Now I raise you 100 gold.
425?
No. Like that's my
No,
price.
raise.
I'm 100 gold because I don't even know if this stuff works. Where are your testimonials?
Oh. And he just shouts to the crowd, "Does Blue Rose work?" And they just go, "Blue Rose works!"
Oh my
Oh,
god.
that's pretty
Like
compelling.
a pyramid scheme. Oh my god.
These are paid actors. You can't fool me, Billy Mays. God rest his soul.
Now, I
Man.
should warn you, if you do take this stuff, the boon on this lasts until you finish the day. So until you crash, you're boosted.
Wow. So I can use it as many times as I want?
Well,
Or does it only work the one time whenever I use it?
there's the 3 doses. They last for a day each. So, I mean, you could take 1 dose, and that'll last you a day. So max, you got 3 days worth here. Or you can do it all at once, get the maximum benefit, but only have it for 1 day. Make sense?
So what I'm understanding, Gats, is that I essentially have access to unlimited meta magic options for a day.
Yeah. So you have access to heightened, quickened, subtle, and twinning with this particular brew for 1 day,
Yeah.
for up to 3 days. I should let you know also, I've seen this particular bottle go for upwards of 4,000 gold.
Wow.
Actually,
I've been told by a lot of people coming here that you would, if you're really looking to make that sell right now. Look at me. Look, come here. Look. I know what kind of work you're doing, okay? It's commission-based. You make money based off the sales that you get. And, there's a lot of people coming in here with a lot of money right now. And let me tell you, I'm willing to make sure that you get a slice of that pie. Look at all the workers you got working around you. Listen, let me give you 180 gold, okay? 180 gold. You take your percentage, I take my blue rose, and then there we go. We both make a profit here. Does that sound good?
if you were right, that would sound maybe good, but I'm actually a slave. I don't get any earnings here. I'm just here to make sales. I get
Okay, well, look at
bonuses
it like
and
this.
perks. Anything I earn here goes up there.
So look, let me look at it like this then. You look like you made such a sale because you sold the blue rose. And so like your numbers go up and then you could be like the top salesman slave person. You just have to make the sale to me for 180. Maybe we fudge the paperwork a little bit. Maybe may say that you sold it for 1,800. Who knows?
Look, I got the lowest price I could, but I could go check with the manager one more time.
no.
Do you want me to go check with the
Can I talk
manager?
can I talk to your manager?
Let me see if you can. I'll be back. Just hang on.
Can I cast suggestion on your manager? Just kidding.
No, that's not
Dude,
what I
that
was
probably
saying.
he's in a magic shop. That probably happens like at least a dozen times every other day.
An almost identical but slightly older, tireder looking person comes over. This one a half elf, not a human like the other. All right, I hear you're a first timer with the Blue Rose. You're very interested in the twinning variant of the compote here. We got you locked in at a great deal at 325 for 1 jar.
No, not locked in. 180. That's my price.
Oh no, can do. Lowest price we've ever seen this go is 295, and that's
295?
not today.
All right. Well, look, I think you're willing to make a record-breaking sale today, so let's call it a 240.
See, and he like takes the twinning jar off the counter. Yeah, see the twinning jar variant. That's not that price range. I could get you one without twinning for closer to that, like maybe 260. One back.
Let's call
I'll
it-
take one for 260. There's one.
Yeah.
Oh,
Carol.
look, he's willing to buy it. He needs it. I'm not necessarily sold on the. I haven't even tried it yet.
No worries, man. We'll be here during the whole tournament. And trust
No,
me,
that's
we're an
great.
official sponsor of this year.
Ooh.
So whenever you need it, it'll be here.
So look. I want to make this sale for you today. I want you, and I want Jiminy B, whatever his name was. I don't even know. I want him.
That guy's just gone to the other side.
Yeah.
So look. Let's call it 270.
270 for what, my man? You going for the twinning
twinning
variant
style.
still?
Twinning variant, yeah.
You know this has gone upwards of 4,000 gold before.
I've heard, but look, that's for someone desperate. I'm coming to you, looking at you, and I'm curious to try your product. And maybe it might be great, and then look, customer for life, and I'll be coming back all the time.
You know, if you're looking to try the product, we do have a sampler. We have pedal samplers and compote samplers. Would you prefer something like that? It is slightly cheaper. You get one twinning spell, one with the other 3 of Heighten, Quicken, and Subtle, and one that's a cheaper variant with none of the sorceress options. Up to you, though. Or do you need them all to be twinning?
140 for the sampler.
No, can do, man. That's a 240 sampler minimum.
240 minimum? You just said the normal one at 3 was 240.
Exactly. This has a bit of the normal, a bit of the extra, and a bit of the less. Just like the normal. I know that some of us want to go to bed. I really want to keep RPing here, but I do want to do a quick check-in. We could literally resume here with you, Vic.
I'm just trying to get that persuasion roll in to see how persuasive I am.
I'll have you do that very soon. I want you to roll an insight first, but real quick time check. Do we want to end it in the next 5 minutes, or do you want to play a little bit longer? This is mainly directed at Shakaruni Dooney. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right. I can go like it's 2:38 here. I could go for like another 20 minutes.
Okay, we'll hard stop it in 20 minutes. Is everybody cool with that?
My hope is that we hard stop it in 20 minutes with the conclusion of the bartering. Like that way.
No, we're not gonna do this
you
that long.
accomplish something.
Yeah, we're not doing this that long. So your insight of 20. Okay. So what you've gathered with that insight, they haven't lied to you once yet.
Mhm.
They are definitely trying to sell at a decent rate. And for what this does, they're actually giving a really good deal. This is insanely cheap. In fact, you're realizing they're almost giving these away to get people hooked right now.
Mm-hmm.
This kind of stuff easily sells for much more. They're like free Magic the Gathering decks for 300 gold.
So look, man. What's your name?
You just call me Carl.
All right, Carl. Carl,
Yes.
I see the operation you're getting here. I've been known to be a very influential person. I am a bard of sorts. And, being an official sponsor, that's great and all, but imagine the power of a bard singing your song, not only here in Desarosa, is that what it's called, Jets?
Desolera?
Desolera.
Not only here in Desolera, but I'm not going to be in town longer than the festival has to last. Imagine someone up north sending people to all of your different shops based off the songs he could sing about your beautiful product.
You know, man, should have mentioned you were a bard. We actually have a 10% bard discount rolling for the entire festival. You just earned yourself 36?
That's only going to be 285 gold now.
340. That's 34 gold off of the 340 that we were initially trying to sell it guaranteed, and there might be some more Ruger room. Real quick, tell me, are you just a bard here during this festival trying to earn some gold while people are here listening to your singing? What brings you to the festival?
I am actually a world-renowned bard. Probably not world, but I'm well known throughout the bound map and such.
But what brings you to the Spectral Triumph, a Class of Realms?
Well, I've heard of all of the spectral amazing. I heard there was a pirate ship here once. They flooded the whole, arena.
I didn't see it, but I heard about it.
I heard that was great. So you know what? I thought that maybe. Yeah, what's up?
I'm interested in.
You're all in here. You might, if you want to be. By the way,
Oh, okay. If we're in there with him,
eventually, he rushed his way in. You guys could trickle in to be with him. I just imagining that thing where he's at the counter and you guys are 10 feet back, letting the Scrabble counter people do their thing. But you can definitely interject, and you can ask for your friends if you'd like.
I'd lean over to Fuzzy Whisker and be like, Fuzzy Whisker, don't let this guy rip you off. We've got a game in the arena tomorrow. There's better vendors down the road. Let's go.
What? You're right. You're right. I don't need his product to be used in the arena so that everyone could see. He would never want to give me that for 100 gold, the twin spell one, just so everyone could see how powerful his product is.
Why would you guys be dosing up while watching the tournament?
No, we're fighting it.
Wait a minute. No way.
Yeah. Yowie.
Hold on.
They're clearly wasting our time.
Yeah.
He just
Fuzzy
rolled a
Whisper,
nat
let's go.
20 insight.
Nice.
Dude, why didn't you mention that before?
We've
gonna
got
be
an
honest, I'm kind of an
8%
idiot.
discount for
120, your first go.
Ooh.
Twin spell.
You-
All three.
200 for 2. And I just
You got
come in
yourself
with
a
my
deal,
commanding
folks.
Yanti voice.
All right.
You got yourself a
Great.
deal, folks. Everybody, check this out. Super mega discount for... What's your team name, folks?
Half-breed
Half-breed Chainbreakers.
Chainbreakers.
For the Half-Breed Chamber. This is the mystery team, folks. Everybody, and now everybody's looking at you guys, and they're like,
Oh,
some of them
shit.
are like,
They're watching us buy steroids.
And some of them are like,
Going into-
and some people are like, what the hell, these guys? I didn't, there's a mix of responses, but there's a lot of clamoring
go.
your way now. Yeah, let's
Get
get
what
that
you
needed,
deal and
let's
get
go.
you out the door, my friends, before you get stuck in here. I
Yeah,
need
someone-
business, not
but,
tourists. Let's go.
Someone's
And-
just womp gone.
Yeah, so yeah, I'll drop the 200 gold for the 6 doses.
6 doses in 2 jars, correct.
Cool. So I will do that. I will immediately give one to Belanos because that was my plan in the first place. Twins fireballs are fucking dope.
I'm not.
so-
I'm not ready for Belanos to be drugged.
I am. Let's go.
Cool.
I hope you
Uh,
didn't mind
so
me
jar
stepping in
for me,
and
jar for Belanos.
helping out.
I think it was a good call. If it was also fitting.
It was cool.
I didn't know if I wanted to give that away, so I appreciate
I
y'all.
didn't either. I'm like, fuck it. Let's see what happens.
That
Obviously.
was the way to get the discount.
Yep.
Now we find out these are banned in the arena.
I need all of
Come on,
you
you
to
did it
roll me
before.
stealth checks real quick
Oh,
to
God.
break out of this crowd that is forming.
Jim,
Whip of truth.
20.
I'm going to counter with an
25.
athletics check.
I want you to roll a stealth check.
Happily,
Dude,
Well,
we're
21.
vibing.
Well,
If
I
you
did
have
kinda-
disadvantage
just-
armor, make sure you roll with disadvantage armor.
I'm not wearing armor.
I'm just not saying for you, I mean to everyone.
Yeah.
To everyone who does. I think the only one is Starshine. You have disadvantage armor, right?
Ooh.
No, we
Oh, you-
I did originally, but I
took it
took
off.
I remember.
I
now.
took a breastplate out of our
Cool, cool.
loot.
There we go. That's right. All right. Actually, yeah, holy crap, guys. You guys averaged really high.
Dude, if we all stand around Belanos, they won't see him because they won't see us.
So you guys got 20, 25, 12, and 21. Yeah, Starshine, you got like the tail end of like like some kids are like holding on to your robes. Like, no, I want to learn it. Who are you? What do you do? What's your name? And then eventually like there's that gap, you just foof them out of there. And you guys can make
Explain.
your way back. There's one. We're gonna just open with this later, but I'm gonna mention something. But I would like to. Okay,
Do it.
you guys
Mention
have
it.
a choice. There's 2 directions. You guys can quickly go do a check-in at the arena, or you can learn about a particular shop that stands out.
What's
I vote
that shop, GM?
And if we're not
Yeah.
checked in now, they can wait another hour.
All right.
You know?
You notice you guys had passed it. You didn't notice it earlier just because there was so much going on, but there are so many excited children and family right nearby. There's this shop, and it's completely white. It kind of, now for looking this way with the sun beaming on it, you can see it at a better angle. It was a bit shadowed before. It's called Frosty Worm Delights. And there's a slogan written in many languages: savor the chill, taste the thrill, Frosty Worm Delights, where snow becomes a symphony. And everybody's walking out of there with various snow cones. And they look so happy and refreshed. Like, they seem like possibly some of the most pleased folk in this entire bazaar right now.
What?
Every time somebody's biting one, it's like, it's so sweet. It's so crunchy. It's so salty.
There are so many drugs in this place.
You get used to it.
And
Let's
there's
step
just
inside.
3 little kobolds, just kind of 3 little white kobolds bouncing around in there, trying to get everybody their little snow cones.
Oh, that's great.
So, sounds like you guys want to head over there real quick.
Give snow
Yeah.
cone.
Yeah, I'm interested.
Give snow cone.
All right. So, they've got a pretty quick moving, bustling line. It's mainly like parents and their kids coming through here. Also, a lot of folk coming through the gate, going straight to the shop and like just devouring their snow cone and coming right back in line to get another one.
Oh my gosh.
And they're just massive, like 2-pint snow cones in these awesome little God, what is it? It's like really thin pewter cups. They're just giving them out. So, with these 3 kobolds, you guys have to pick a line. Whoever's picking a line, roll me a d6.
I'm on it.
Yeah, I'll partake. It sounds interesting.
3, GM.
Are people cracking out outside?
They're just enjoying. They're just enjoying.
Okay, it's just enjoyment.
Yeah,
okay,
it's genuine, no strings attached, wonderful snow cones.
That sounds like something a peddler would say. I don't know.
Ooh, and 1 on the 6.
Okay. So, I want you each to pick a line. That sounds fun. If anybody wants a snow cone, roll me a d6. So we got line 1 from Giggle Scale. I got Shash. I got Tumble Whisker. Anybody else getting snow cones?
No. This is too fishy for me, but I'm interested to watch.
All right, you're standing back. Standing back.
I remember the last time I tried to eat something and projectile vomited for a minute, so I'm just gonna wait.
Alrighty.
Too sketchy for Mr. Blue Rose. Whatever.
Eventually, you guys get up to your turn of line. Again, it's moving pretty quick. We are going to start with Giggle Scale. Your line moved way faster. So once you get up there, you see a little kobold, and he actually sees your Yanti. He just opens up in Draconic.
Yeah.
My name is Frostscale. What would you get today?
Hey, Frostscale, it's my first time here. I heard it's good stuff. Hook me up with the best.
Sweet, salty, or both? Or plain?
Ooh. Sweet.
Just sweet?
Just sweet.
2 silver.
Okay.
And if you slide him 2 silver, he goes like just 1 beautiful scoop of snow into this pewter thing, and he goes over and grabs this. It looks like a kind of a water skin bag, but it's pretty big. He grabs it and just like squeezes it in the crook of his elbow, and some just juice kind of goes like onto it. This kind of sticky syrup, and he hands it to you. And yeah, when you get a better look at him, he's got like the most perfect, pristine, unblemished white scales on his whole body, and he has like this little, almost invisible crown of icicles. Like he made it, and he's wearing it. Now you can see it. Enjoy.
You're running quite the niche business here. Just kind of smiles.
Not my business. And not quite niche. This is one of 4 locations just here.
Wow. Whose business is it?
Oh, that's for... Actually, let me go find it. Frostscale the Frostweaver. I know I have the same name. It's a kind of common name for like kobolds. But unfortunately, not mine. So, what do you think?
What do I think?
Yeah, try it.
Yeah, I'll try it.
So
Not safe now.
no. It tastes like, snow. Is that beautiful crunch. There's a little wooden spoon in there as you dig into it. And when you take a bite, it has this sweetness somewhere between honey and flower nectar. And also a little bit of a tanginess you would get from bugs.
Okay.
But it tastes amazing.
I probably like it.
Yeah, it tastes amazing. It probably tastes extra amazing to you. Tips are welcome. And I guess my question is, like, does Shashka do that same childish smile that everybody else is doing when they take their first bite? Or are you like, stupid snow cones?
Yeah. I imagine I'd have a pretty good cheeser on me. I'd probably freak the guy out. I just smile like, yeah.
You don't need to tip.
My yellow eye like dilates, snake goes snake.
Nice. And then we'll get over to Tumble Whisker here. Your line goes a bit slower. You finally get up there, and the kobold you've got, he's got like a patch of like colored chalk on their face in the shape of a swirl, and they've got like a snowflake pattern apron on that they were very proud of. Can actually roll me a investigation real quick with that.
Sure. Investigation's going to be an 11.
It's actually good enough. It was a 10. So you can tell this guy was kind of a pale blue kobold that they've chalked up to look as white as possible. So he's totally like, that's this, like under the swirl, you can see like this hint of actual blue scales. And he's yammering at you in that southern dialect.
Do you know common? Shaska, how do you say I want one?
They point to the 4 pictures.
Okay.
There's one that has a picture with 1 silver cost, one with a picture of 2 silver cost, one with 3, and one with 4.
3.
And I'm gonna yell to blue dragon guy.
Yeah.
He likes aberrations. What do you have that's gonna be tart? You know, something like that.
Not here. I could add some flakes though. Free flakes.
Add the fish.
Some free flakes, and like I'll visibly tip while I'm saying that.
Okay. So you pay for the snow cone, and this little guy brings you a bowl. He gets that same bag of syrup. He gets a bunch of dried dead bugs like grasshoppers, roaches, and things. They're all like sun roasted and spiced. He puts those around the ring, like just kind of not drizzles. You know what I mean? Sprinkles. Thank you.
Salt Bay.
And he reaches in and grabs just cubes of meat and kind of flashes those onto there. They're seared, not cooked, if you know what I mean.
Okay, yeah.
And then he gets the shaker out and shakes a bunch of like shiny little like bits all over the snow cone and then hands it.
Big grin. Haven't even been into it yet. Big grin. 3 silver, right?
Plus whatever 2 hands tipped, yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I'd hand him 5.
Okay.
Done.
And they'd give you a bow and a little clap and then gesture for the next person.
Yep, gone.
And you actually see Frostscale, the guy with the crown, like jostle their like head a little bit. Like, good job. You know?
Yeah. Not bad for a filthy nah.
With you guys waiting suspiciously of these deadly addictive snow cones in your own minds, they're just snow cones. I'm not even lying. You guys notice like the one that Giggle Scale picked, like that line's booking. The one that's Tumble Whisker picked, that one's going decently. The one on the far like corner, they keep getting like stuck and like they've dropped multiple snow cones. Like they're just struggling. Oh. It's sad. So Tumble Whisker, you want to take your bite?
I cast guidance on that last little kobold, just like from a distance, just try to be sneaky about it.
Guidance is a touch spell. Otherwise, I would say yes. Yeah. I wish you could actually, if you wanted to be cheeky, and you can.
You know what? I'm gonna get in line, and when I get up to him, I want to like brush his hand and just cast it real quick.
Yeah, when you pass the money over, you can do that. Do you want the 1, 2, 3, or 4 silver option?
1 silver.
Okay, that's just a plain snow cone.
I just wanted ice.
Snow. And he tries to talk to you in Southern dialect, tries to talk to you in Draconic, and eventually you point, and they're like, "Oh."
I'm gonna just speak complete gibberish to him.
Good. He's just frazzled, and they reach out for money, and they don't know what you want, so they're just looking at their hand to count how many coins you're gonna put in it.
To put 1 silver in it.
They're like hoping you're not tipping.
I'm gonna give him 1 silver, and then I'm gonna give him 1 gold after he gives me the snow cone, and I cast guidance on him.
Cool. All right, so you cast guidance. They like freak out for half a second, and then they like go to make their snow cone. And I'm gonna have them roll, and then why don't you roll the guidance buff on it?
Yeah.
3.
Whoa.
6 plus their 2. So that's a 8. That is one of the better ones they've made today, actually. That was a big help for them, just getting regular snow into a cup. and while you're watching them and you're standing here so closely, you're noticing this was a white kobold, but they've also doused themselves in white chalk completely. Like they're double whited just in case. And like they even
Shaska,
leave.
how do you say you're doing good in Draconic?
I'll repeat it. Doing good.
Yep.
You're
Yeah.
doing good.
Repeat what he said
Yep.
to
Just,
him.
like a little shudder, and then yeah, here, and double hands you the snow cone.
Okay. I'm gonna bring it to Belanos, and I'm gonna take a little bit, wrap it in a cloth, and set it on the back of his neck.
Oh.
Probably feels awesome.
That's pretty awesome. It's good. It's a good move.
Nice. Tumble Whisker, your snow cone. I'm assuming you've eaten it all now.
Sure. Yeah.
So what it was, that same sweet syrup, which
Nice.
was derived from nectar-eating bugs, which they cut the abdomens off of and mashed into a paste and mixed with some boiling water and sugar to make it extra sweet. Then there's also, like I mentioned, all of these sun-dried bugs, which actually taste pretty good. They're crunchy, protein, and then it's just mystery meat cubes that have all been seared.
Incredible.
All the meat tastes different. They're all different versions of gamey. Like you're like, oh, I think that was a snake. Is that squid? Like that was chewy. Like they're just mystery meats. Probably won't kill you. And the flake is this like salty, oily, tangy, crunchy, chitinous flakes.
Nice.
Crushed
Probably
up
the scorpions.
bugs.
Yeah.
Yeah, basically crushed up bug bits, which actually tastes pretty awesome.
Yeah.
All right, we are
It's
at
so rune.
hard stop time, but you all eventually exit the Frosty Worm Delights snow cone stand and find yourselves standing outside the arena yet again. And let's go ahead and call it right here, huh?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. All right. Do. Get us back to our little home screen of home screaminess.
Hmm.
All right. So let's wrap this up. Thank you, anyone and everyone, for tuning in to Bane of the Ancients D&D. This was session 29 of season 7. I am Gats. I was the GM tonight. Want to thank everybody for tuning in. Thank you folk players for playing with me yet again. For those who are watching, there is a link to our schedule for streaming down in the description below. If you're on Twitch, check the channel description. We also have a new campaign that has started. We have 2 sessions in for Redenia, where Two Hands is GMing. We might have another one in the works starting maybe late January, early February, depending. Possibly GM'd by our own J Crew here. I want to give a huge and special shout out to our Fiendish Tier patron, Tajastai Dragon. Thank you so much for your patronage. And speaking of Patreon, there is one new thing I'm going to be doing for the stream moving forward. Since we are in a city of debauchery, I have added a specific art channel in the Discord server where I will be putting images that are a little too risque for YouTube and Twitch. If you'd like to see those live, you can subscribe to even the lowest tier of our Patreon, and you'll have access to that channel as well as many others within the server. And for you players, this is news to you as well. No need to opt in. I will describe things verbally, but if you want to see some risque or a little debauchery, they will be available in an 18+ channel in the server. And without further ado, who was I playing with tonight?
Hello everyone, I go by Aludriea Luna. I was playing Tumble Whisker Stonebeard tonight. Having a pretty darn good time.
And I'm Chuck. I was playing Starshine Glitter Elf.
I am J. Crew, the Swindling Master, playing Fuzzy Whisker, Beard Strummer, the Half-Drow Dude.
Hey folks, it's me, Two Hands, playing Giggle Scale Serpent Master Yanti Kensai Extraordinaire. And I am streaming as the GM Rodinia, my new campaign on this YouTube channel and our Twitch channel. So watch us go through our adventures and folly on Saturday, every other Saturdays as well. And thanks for having us.
Yep, and that stream starts 30 minutes earlier than this one at 6:30 PST every other Saturday, for those who want to tune in. Awesome. Well, thanks everyone yet again, and I had a fun session. I hope everybody else did. Let's call it a night. Guten Nacht.
Guten
Arrivederci.
Nacht.